let's just make sure the stream is working correctly and the volumes are good. Make sure I can hear the simulator more than anything. Okay, just going to get sorted out for a moment. So this is the Bulldog. We'll be taking off from Land's End in a few minutes. Sorted out. We don't need this on VFR. We're at 1500 feet most of the way. Close that. Fresh. Okay, let's go and make sure that we're live on the internet. So we're online, West Europe servers, so I should probably mention that. And resume. So I'll edit the live stream to mention that. Live. MSFS Multiplayer service. We'll also go and run transmitter so people can see where I am that are running it. Okay, let's go and get in the airplane and get on the way. So we're going to fill up the fuel first. 100%. It's going to be heavy to begin with. Right, first things first. Generator. Mixture to rich. Propeller pitch, fine or coarse. Let's put it in the middle for the moment. We'll have a play with that on the way. Throttle to there, and just checking what things are set to around the cockpit. Okay, let's start the engine. Oops. Good. Brakes off. So we have a 20 knot wind from the south, so we are going to taxi up and use runway, or a part of runway 16. We won't need much runway. Okay, this is going to be a bit of an epic journey today. Let's go check sound levels while we're at it. So, engine's a bit noisy, so turn that down to there. Should be good. Sims paused. So we lasted all of 10 seconds before the Microsoft servers failed us. Hopefully it won't pause too much during the day. Unbelievable. Oh, we just wait. You'll see the weather reset probably. Oh, the weather didn't reset this time, so God knows what the Microsoft servers were doing there when they caused the simulator to fall on its backside. Okay, so we've just departed Land's End Airfield. We'll do a quick circuit of the airfield and then we'll get on our way. Local time is 8:37. As you can see on the clock over here, there's a stopwatch in the cockpit, which is nice. So you have the classic 6-pack of dials in the Bulldog, the VOR, manifold pressure, airspeed. This is obviously the partial set of instruments for the co-pilot because it's a training aircraft. So I've got a female instructor today, just along for the ride with me. Okay, we're going to have a look at the map while we're turning. So we want 55 degrees up to Perranporth, so we're going to fly along the coast to begin with. We're leaving Land's End behind. So I'll fly past one more time and then we're going to fly along this piece of coast over here. Vertical speed, we're just stabilising it. This is live weather over the UK today. It's going to be a nice day, I think. So fingers crossed. We're going to have a nice journey up through the centre of the UK. So we're going to come out of the southwest first. We're going all small airfields all the way. We're not going near any major airfields. Let's have a play. Let's keep an eye on the airspeed once we get the aeroplane sorted out. We're going to have a play with the pitch of the propeller to see how it affects the aircraft. Doesn't help that it's quite windy today, so and now I've lost the match pointer. Yet another bug in Flight Simulator. So if that obviously speeds the propeller up. So that would give us airspeed. with the propeller pulled back. So course means it's biting more air, basically. You don't get as many RPM on the propeller. So we would need potentially more mixture. If I push the throttle forwards, what happens to the looking at the engine gauges to make sure we're not doing anything untoward to the aircraft. Keeping an eye on the oil pressure, the temperature, sorry. It's all good within limits. So we should be able to go flat out. It's not such a concern. What about then if we... So we're doing about 100 knots. Climbing at 1,000 feet a minute. Let's just level ourselves out and trim out for level flight at 2,500 feet. It's easier said than done when you're going through turbulent clouds. Okay, so then we fine pitch on the propeller and we actually accelerate. Cool. Good. So propeller speed is everything. And we're coming up to 140 knots, which is the limit, so we're going to pull the engine back ever so slightly. I'm just worrying about pressures. Don't like this kind of nationalist colour scheme on this. I'm going to go into dev mode and change it for the RAF colours. Developers mode on, apply, go back, resume, then aircraft selector and Bulldog, and I want to have the T1 RAF. Please. Woo! And it's going to stall us. And it's spinning us as well. And it's put a crazy amount of elevator trim in, which I'm just removing. Okay, so the RAF has a completely different instrument layout, but that's fine. But at least we get the engine instruments now. Okay. So we're just coming up past St Ives. We sit up in the cockpit, we can see where we're going. Let's get some of that altitude back that we've just lost. So we're just coming through 1,500 feet. So because this is an RAF trainer, I guess they've put the six-pack in the centre, so rather than duplicate anything, they've made more room for the radio kit and the engine instruments. And I guess the reason for that is because this aircraft would have been used for aerobatics training, so it's more important to see the engine gauges, because you're going to be running probably flat out while doing aerobatics. Okay, so let's just familiarise ourselves inside the cockpit. So we have a nice clock to tell us what time it is. then it's a stopwatch, so we can actually use it. So if we were doing pattern training, we could use that to time things. We have the fuel, and the fuel resets itself, look, from a takeoff. That's a bit nuts. Yeah, it did. When we changed the aircraft model, so we'll just say we've used a tiny amount of fuel, and we'll let it go now and not touch the fuel again. So that's the vacuum, flat position, and the sim's paused again. That's twice in 2 minutes, 3 minutes. This is the servers. This is absolutely definitely the Microsoft servers that cause the pausing. Some days it can be awful, other days you don't see a pause at all day. There we go, it's just woken up. I think it's to do with the draw on the scenery, because when you get near airfields or passing away from airfields, you move from METAR based weather data to regional weather data, because you'll often notice the weather and the multiplayer aircraft will reset themselves after the sim has paused. It's on the diagram over there. Okay. Okay, we're just coming back up to 2,500 feet. Making our way past National Trust at Godrevy. We're coming up to Portreath, and then Perranporth Airfield will be our first touch and go of the day. Let's go and descend a little bit beneath the clouds here. Trim the aeroplane to descend. Small airstrip there, isn't it? What's that called? Zoom in. Is it marked? No, it isn't. Loch Ness. It's very obviously an airstrip though. lights on. Should really be red, shouldn't they? White on top, red underneath. There we go. Okay, so here's Perranporth just coming up. Oh, no it isn't. It's an old airfield that's not in the simulator. So those runways are going to appear in the grass. They've got X's on them, so it's obviously out of use. So this is, if I can get the mouse back, Porth Talon that we're just passing. Just down here. The cloud is really coming in, isn't it? Let's try and descend below it. You can see the airfield over here coming up too, so let's go and look at the wind direction. Perranporth. Doesn't make a great approach. We have to go for runway 23, aren't we? Runway 23. So we'll do a left circuit, runway 23. Come down out of the cloud. Do a touch and go, and then we'll carry on along the coast. Runway 23 this way. Just check the sound levels again, make sure I'm not too loud on the simulator. I'm not very loud myself, so let's put myself a bit closer. Let's put the simulator a bit quieter. So this isn't going to be a very correct pattern. I'm going to come in quite tight. So how are we doing for speed? So just reducing speed into the region where we can use flaps. My word, this thing turns quickly. And we have a wicked crosswind. It's not a problem. Okay, climb back out. And left turn. So our next leg is 28 miles 50 degrees to Davidstow Moor. If we do that and go out over the nose, just see where we're going. But then we don't get to see the compass, which is kind of useful. So we're 50 degrees, which is about the direction we're going, but we're going to have to crop for the wind, aren't we? So probably 55 degrees to account for the wind, so closer to 60 degrees maybe. We'll see how we go. Okay, throttle back a little bit. Just coming up for 1500 feet gently, 500 feet a minute. Okay. How are we doing on the track? Yeah, so we're more or less correct. Hopefully this weather's going to clear up as the day goes on. Otherwise this is going to be quite onerous. Oops. Can't look away for 2 seconds. The aircraft starts banking in the wind. So we're looking outside. Okay, so this town we're just passing is Newquay, famous for surfing. So you can see the beach down there. There's the main town. There's a couple of huge pubs down by the beach. Yeah, a lot of teens and 20-somethings down there. And we have a rainbow. Oh no, it isn't. Sorry, it's the edge of the propeller. Should we add an airport to our flight plan? Add Padstow. Why not? Seeing as we're here anyway. So wind is... We're going to go for runway 14. We'll fly around the airfield and circle in. The mouse out of the way. The conditions aren't great, are they? There's no ILS here, is there? No. But there is at St Morgan, but we're not going to use St Morgan. We'll be fine. We'll come down out of the cloud. Visibility will be fine. So obviously you can see St Morgan, we're just flying straight over the top of it. And we have wonderful visibility up here. This is obviously when you need your instruments to see where you are, or what attitude the aeroplane is in. So there's an old airfield there at St Eval apparently. St Eval RAF station post office still exists apparently. So that was St Eval. So you can see here, if I scoot around, so this is Padstow. We're going to go around the airfield and do our touch and go into the wind. So if you have a look, I can explain it. I'm going to come in runway 14 on this runway here. So we're just going to circle around. Come off the throttle. Flaps to medium setting, or intermediate I think it's called. And climb out. And our next heading is 60 degrees, so that's going to be more like 70 with the wind. 16 miles over to Davidstow Moor. So let's just turn left. Degrees. Trim the elevators. And we can let go of the stick, hopefully. pretty much. Okay. So this estuary is the Padstow estuary. So you've got Padstow on one side of the estuary and Rock on the other. And Wadebridge up at the top of the estuary. So this is Padstow and Rock, and way up here is going to be Wadebridge. I guess Padstow has become famous because of a celebrity chef that lives there called Rick Stein. So people jokingly call the town Padstein there instead of Padstow. Go and check the compass. 70 degrees, don't we? Okay. Pretty much straight and level. So there's Wadebridge at the top of the estuary. If we could see it through the cloud. I think the plane is turning here. So let's go and turn it back towards 70. Looking for 70 degrees on the compass, and then level the wings up. You can tell if the wings are level even if you've got no real frame of reference by the marker, by aligning those two markers on the artificial horizon, or attitude indicator as the military pilots might call it. Look at the map. Should we make this a lot smaller? Don't need any of that stuff, do we? And then we can see this over the top when we need to, which is good. Can we turn the toolbars off? Window. Map toolbar. File toolbar. Map toolbar. Options toolbar, projection toolbar, flight planning. Let's just center ourselves up while that's happening. There we go. And get rid of the status as well, we don't need it. So we have turned dramatically while we were doing that. So let's go and make this smaller still. Becomes more useful to us. Okay. Okay, so we have some people commenting in the live feed. Saying hello. Hablando Español. No, I don't speak Spanish, sorry. But greetings in Spain. Hola España. That's probably the limit of my Spain, or I'm not even going to try. I'll only embarrass myself. I didn't do Spanish at school, so. Okay. How are we doing? Fields going by. There's a lot of this low cloud around this morning, isn't there? Hopefully we'll clear out of this, because I know further off to the middle of the UK there's no cloud at all. There's clear skies. So it's a shame I'm seeing this, to be honest. So as we get further up country, the sky should clear, and we've got beautiful clear skies for most of the flight, hopefully. I think it is starting to clear, so you can see the further we go this direction, the clouds are slowly clearing. Okay, so we still got a massive crosswind, so runway 20 I should say at Davidstow Moor is looking like. So we'll do the same trick again. We'll do a left circuit around Davidstow Moor. So can we see it yet? No. Yeah, here's the airfield here, by the look of it. Or is that another one? No, that is the one. Yep, that's Davidstow Moor. So just looking at those runways, the one we are just passing, this one is the one we are going to fly into for our touch and go, based on the wind direction. Actually, it might be fun, seeing as we're in the simulator anyway, to say nearest airport, Davidstow Moor. Has it got a tower we can use? No. There's no tower there, so it is just us announcing our intentions. So we're not operating with ATC today. We don't have a call sign or a transponder code or anything, so there's no point really worrying about it. Okay, so we're just turning. Very, very short base leg. Okay, so next leg is 50 miles to Dunkeswell, 76 degrees. So begin our leg, our turn. Say goodbye to David Stonewall. So we probably want closer to 80 degrees given the wind. Just climbing out 1,000 feet a minute. Get to about 2,500. And admire the scenery on the way. Lots and lots of windmills. This is where I really wish this plane had an autopilot. Just coming up to 2,500 feet. How are we doing for fuel? 10 gallons each side still. We've got lots and lots of fuel. I think we should be able to get away with maybe only filling up once, travelling the whole length of the country. Hopefully, fingers crossed. So we're heading off cross country. This area is called, well, we're going to be over Dartmoor soon, so passing over Launceston in a moment to our right hand side. Can actually move the view outside of the cockpit. So my disembodied head is now floating around outside the aeroplane, which is interesting. Come back inside. So that's going to be Launceston, we can see down there. Check the map. Yeah. Let's go and check what the weather's looking like at Dunkeswell. So if we go right click, show information for Dunkeswell. It's narrower. Wind variable 1 knot. Yeah, so the wind is going to disappear by the time we get out of the southwest. So we're going to be fine a bit later on. So it's worth pointing out the Bulldog dates from the 60s, I think. It was used as the basic RAF trainer for new pilots, and it's fully aerobatic. So you can do full 3D aerobatics in it. Obviously I'm not doing that today, but it's built for it. So they used to do mock dogfights with these for student pilots. You really can throw it around. There should be a G meter actually, if we have a look. Yeah, acceleration units, there you go, G meter. We're showing 1G at the moment, obviously. So if we just, out of fun, so keep an eye on a heading 70 degrees, we're going to do a hard turn and pull the G on and see what happens. So you can see the G meter creeping up, so there's 2G, 3G, we're getting into a stall limit, look. But you can just crank it in and then pull ourselves back out onto the track we were going. So yeah, the aeroplane's built to do it. So it shows a maximum G that you hit on a small meter, and then you can reset those back to 1G. So you get a minimum and a maximum shown on the G meter. So for student pilots it's very, very good. How are we doing on the map? We're pretty much on track. If we zoom in, we'll see our crazy turn on the track. There it is. So while we are flying along, I'll take the opportunity to show you a little nav map. Sorry, not Little Nav Map, Virtual Flight Online. So Virtual Flight Online is a website. I'm just going to check I'm flying straight and level before I do this. It's a website I built, and it's really based around a program called Transmitter that I wrote. So what Transmitter does, you can see I'm running it here while the simulator is running. What that does is plots you on the map. So you can see I am right here. But the idea is anybody that's running Transmitter then appears on the map, but they don't just appear on the website, they appear in Little Nav Map as well, so you can configure Little Nav Map to show people. So you'll see red aeroplanes. If I zoom in on myself, you can see every few seconds there's a red aeroplane being updated. So that will happen for anybody running Transmitter in the world, so they'll all appear on Little Nav Map. So suddenly you can do ATC with your friends, for example, or just on a group flight you can see where each other are on the map. So if anybody gets lost, you can give them directions. But aside from Transmitter and doing obviously the mapping trick with Little Nav Map, Virtual Flight Online, we have built a weekly newsletter, so there is a flight coming up this week that's in this week's newsletter. So this evening at 8 PM GMT or 1900 hours Zulu, we are flying around the edge of Wales together. There'll probably be about 20 or 30 of us, so if you want to do some online flying, that is your opportunity to do so. So I'm just turning the airplane gently back. So aside from the newsletter at Virtual Flight Online, there is also a forum which we have just built. So it's very kind of not many posts on there yet, but it's getting there. And you can find out, all sorts of things. It's a community for flight simulator enthusiasts. There's also a Discord server. So when we do group flights, we use the Discord server to do voice chat while we're flying. There's a Facebook group. And obviously there's Transmitter itself, so there's full instructions about Transmitter, about how to configure it and how to use it. So yeah, that's Virtual Flight Online. It's a great community, so if you're not up to much today, go and join the forum. Go to Virtual Flight Online, virtualflight.online on the internet, and go and join the forum. And then you could introduce yourself to everybody and say which simulator you fly, how long you've been flying, all that kind of stuff. So there you go. Virtualflight.online on the internet. Go and have a look. I'll post a note about it in the discussion chat alongside amongst everybody else's messages. So if you have not done so already, head to virtualflight.online on the internet and join and subscribe to the newsletter and join the forum. There we go. Where are we? I'm just going to get rid of that browser out of the way so I can tab quickly to little nav map without having anything in the way. It's about halfway to Dunkeswell now, so we're just passing. Let's go and zoom in and find out what this place is. Oakhampton, by the look of it. Yeah. So this town coming up down here is Oakhampton. Gorgeous morning. So you can see the moors out over there. So a lot of the period drama TV shows get filmed out over there because obviously there's no civilization that will ruin the illusion that they're set 200 years ago. I may stop for a quick break at Dunkeswell and go and make myself a coffee. So I'll do a full stop landing there, quickly go grab a coffee and then come back. But we've got a few minutes until we get there. So we're going to be passing Exeter on the right in a minute. To 4,500 feet. We're getting quite high. I'm going to start descending a little bit. I don't want to get too high, otherwise we'll be in the cloud. We're just above the cloud base. at the moment. So we're going to come back down to about 3,000. 2.5, 3,000. Back to the bike, says, hi Jonathan, I'm brand new to simming after 40 years in the aerospace defence industry. Oh, good to hear. So you'd be a great candidate to go and join the forum then, really, at Virtual Flight. And let everybody know that, and you'll get lots of helping hands from people. Ah, G-Flat's there. Coffee time, of course. Well, it's 9:30 in the UK. I've been up since about 7. I listened to the tail end of the Grand Prix in Australia. So there seemed to be a bit of a procession. Yeah, glad I didn't get up to watch it properly. I listened to it on the radio. Should we have a play with the nav radios while we're flying along? So, okay, why can't we see view? Map details. How do you do this without the toolbars? That must be in here. Navigate, here we go. Show VOR stations. Okay, we're just not zoomed in far enough to see them. And there are no VORs this far down in the southwest by the look of it. Which is a shock. There's one. Okay, so BHD 112.05. Let's just get that back on the map. 112.05. So on the nav radio over here, we change this to 112.05. With a little bit of luck, yeah, the nav instrument has woken up, or it did momentarily. So let's spin this round. Showing from at the moment. Can we accelerate that? No, that one. This one doesn't obey it. So we are at 330 degrees from the VOR station at the moment. So we can use that on the map just to illustrate how we can do that if you've never done VOR or radio navigation before. So this is telling us when the needle lines up for the localizer that there's an FM showing up on the instrument. It's actually changing slightly, look, so if we tune this, so it's 330 degrees. So if I just level ourselves up, if we were to go and draw a line from that beacon, measure distance from there and put 330, at the time we did it, we were crossing the 330 degree radial from that VOR station. So you can imagine you can take those readings if you're navigating by radio from different VOR stations, and you can triangulate your position. So without GPS you can still figure out where you are. G flat. I live near the Grand Prix and surprisingly haven't heard a thing. So back to the biker saying, I found your channel really helpful in using the cockpit displays and some L plate navigation for newbies. Yeah. Once you figure out how the VOR radios work, or the nav radios, sorry, it's pretty straightforward. So let's have a look. What does this do? DME. Ah, it's giving us distance measuring equipment. Awesome. Receiver frequency. DME mode switch. obviously we've got a transponder down here. Com radio. No autopilot. It's a bit much to ask for in a trainer, isn't it? Okay, let's go and descend. We've got come into that base of the cloud again, as I mentioned earlier. I'm just going to come off the throttle, otherwise we'll overspeed. So we're getting closer to Dunk as well. We're going to have to circle around the airfield again, but I think at ground level the wind isn't too bad, it's just on approach. G-Flat is saying, if you're flying near Manchester you won't need radio now, just follow the rain. So we should see Dunk as well on the map. Here it comes. So I'm live on the West Europe server in Flight Simulator. So if anybody wants to jump in the air and fly along with me, you're welcome to. So I'm only in a slow little trainer, so I'm only doing like 120 knots maximum along the route. So you can see it's a little RAF trainer called a British Bulldog, or Scottish Aviation Bulldog I should say. Not British. It was used for many years as the basic trainer for future jet pilots actually. So this is what they cut their teeth in training to do aerobatics and dogfighting training. I'm not sure you can use the Bulldog for kind of 3D aerobatics though. The engine's a bit gutless. Unless you put it into a dive, I suppose you could get away with a loop. So if you like went into the loop at 160 maybe, you might get over the top easily. But I'm not going to try that today. Okay, let's open the engine back up. Trim the vertical speed, because obviously as the aircraft accelerates it generates more lift because of the wind speed over the wing, and the lift lifts the nose. It's funny, I did a video about this some time ago to illustrate this to people who've never kind of flown an airplane before and didn't appreciate what was really going on. If you imagine the wings generating the lift here, the tailplane is keeping the tail behind the wing. All the weight is in the nose, or a lot of the weight is biased towards the nose. The planes tend to be nose heavy, meaning that the rest of the plane will weathercock behind the engine anyway, naturally. But in order to lift the nose so you don't dive towards the floor, obviously the tail offsets the wing. But as you increase or decrease in speed, the wing generates more or less lift. So from a position of equilibrium, if you accelerate, the nose will come up. So I can illustrate that. If I just increase the thrust, or increase the throttle, and you can see the nose is coming up. That's because we have accelerated. And there's more thrust from the propeller over the wing root, which helps as well. But because we accelerated, the nose came up. So in that equation of balance with, you know, the wing generating the same amount of force upwards as the engine is trying to pull downwards with gravity, it evened itself out. So if I cut the engine back, you'll see we slow down, and the weight at the nose is now winning that fight against the lift from the wing. So obviously you can trim the elevators to stop that from happening, which is what's going on with this vertical speed needle. So we can gently trim the elevators, and you can see I'm doing it now. I can pull up gently with the trim just to stop that needle moving so far. But until the airspeed stops moving, it's pretty fruitless, because any amount you speed up or slow down is going to cause the vertical speed to change. Yeah, I think I might have said something to her. She's deliberately not been looking at me for the whole flight so far. She seems to be ignoring me. I'm not quite sure what I did yet. I think I'm in the if you don't know what you've done, I'm not going to tell you kind of situation. Okay, so we've veered a little bit away from our route, so we're going to turn back towards Dunkeswell. So can we see the airfield yet? So we just passed Exeter. We should be able to see it behind us. Yeah, Exeter's over there. So let's have a look on the map. Yeah, Dunkeswell doesn't have a radio beacon, so there's nothing to tune into really. It's a bit of a shame, but oh well. So let's have a look. Runway 22 at Dunkeswell because of the window. Oh, we could go for runway 17. Should we do a right circuit into 17? Is 17 a normal runway? Yes, it is. Okay. So if we sit up so we can see over the nose. So we're going to turn left to 350 degrees in a bit, and we'll be going downwind, the downwind leg as they call it. So just creeping down to 1500 feet, which is good. Notice this altitude. Have I calibrated it? Yes. So the altitude is reading above sea level, not above the ground. So AGL is above ground level, so yeah. The reason it's so important to calibrate the altimeter for the air pressure, the local air pressure, is if you were in low visibility conditions, you absolutely need to know the direction, or sorry, the altitude of the ground and the altitude you're at accurately, so you know how high you are above the ground if you can't see it. So we're just turning to 350. You can see the runway over here. So we're going to turn back in towards. So this is Dunkeswell. I'm just hand flying it, Aerostar. This doesn't have autopilot, so, and there's no ILS or anything at this airfield, so I can't use radio navigation to come in. It's a clear day anyway, so we're just flying VFR or visual flight rules. Okay. Let's get this. Probably too fast and too high actually. Let's see, we can actually side slip to get ourselves down quickly and easily. So I'm just side slipping us on the outside of the turn. So what we can do, I've not tried this with the Bulldog. We're just killing our speed and altitude at the same time by side slipping the aeroplane quite viciously. And if I pull back towards the direction of travel, we've lost a lot of speed and a lot of height very quickly. Oh, fantastic kart track. Brilliant. Oh, I want to come here now. See if we can get the stall klaxon to go off. There it goes. Okay, so accelerate, flaps back up to intermediate position. Hold the centre line and gently rotate, and we're up. Flaps up. Okay, so we're going to carry on. 77 degrees, 34 miles. Next point is Henstridge. So given the wind direction though, we probably want about 85 degrees on the compass. How can you gauge when to flare? I keep hitting the runway with a bump. Practice. It's just practice. You get a feel for it after a while. I'm just trimming the elevator out to kill our vertical speed. Yeah, so you're looking to, you need to know the aircraft, you need to know where it will start to lose lift. So you're looking usually to come in over the runway apron about 10 knots faster than the stall speed of the aeroplane. I came in far too fast and high on that last airfield. If you're doing it kind of by the book, if you're 10 or 20 knots faster than the stall speed of the aeroplane as you come over the apron, then you can literally cut the throttles and the aeroplane will lose lift as it decelerates, and you'll, you know, in a controlled manner, you then just, you can either hold the nose attitude or rotate slightly just above the ground, but it's about knowing the aeroplane, so it's practice, and that counts for everything right the way up to the big Airbuses and stuff. Even though they've got a flight management computer that's, you know, going to try and fly you for you, or fly the aircraft for you. I didn't stop for coffee, did I? Oh, we'll go to the next one. This tiny little trainer. So the weather is slowly clearing, isn't it? The low cloud we saw in the southwest has disappeared, so we should get nice views of the English countryside as we head further up country. So Henstridge is next. I'm deliberately avoiding the big airfields, so we're going for small runways. So this is going to be fun at Henstridge because we're going to have a crosswind landing, if it's still that windy at Henstridge. Let's go and have a look. Show information for Henstridge. So wind from 123 knots. So there's nothing at ground level, but on a, that doesn't mean that will be true of approach. Yeah, Aerostar's absolutely correct. If you've got VR landing, certainly turning for landing is the easiest part with VR because you've got much more spatial awareness of where you are in relation to the centre line of the runway. Modern device that might help me called a thermos flask. But how much of an anorak would that make me if I'm sat here at my desk at home with a flask, so I don't have to leave the desk? I'm sure we can simulate going and spending £7 on a cup of coffee at an airport coffee shop. So what I'll do, I'll go and get a load of money, throw it in the bin, make a really horrible coffee, and then sit here and drink it from a paper cup. So what's the time? Just coming up for 10 AM. So this is local time in the UK that it's reflecting. So I'm flying live with live weather. It's a nice day in the UK today. It's cold, but it's clear. And the cloud base is getting higher the further we get into the route, which is good. Something interesting is going on with this. So 3,200, okay, that's the marker for tens of thousands of feet. So let's have a look, see if there's any radio beacons along the route that we might tune into. There really isn't until we get further up country. And I think there's Compton, which is one of the big beacons for... I doubt we can tune it in from here. 114.35, let's try. Yeah, these are NDBs. So what was Compton again? Closer to London, isn't it? Oh, there's 11435 for Compton, so let's try it. 11435. Oh, it has tuned in. Fantastic. So if we spin this round, so it's probably about 40 degrees from us, was it? Something like that. Or more like 60 degrees actually. So we can see Compton is at 60 degrees and it's 74 miles away because the DME is switched on. Brilliant. That's interesting because the DME is... the distance measuring equipment is measuring the distance to the VOR station, so it's also telling us our speed over the ground, because in between the measurements it can figure out based on the time between the distance the speed you're doing. So, you know, simple maths to do with the mathematical equations of motion, isn't it, they call them? Vehicles ut plus half at squared and all the rest of them. I can remember bits of them from college, but not many. So we're going the wrong direction, by the way. We should be going 60. Was it 60 or 77? Does the plane have windscreen wipers? No, it doesn't. This is a very basic trainer. It's a Scottish Aviation Bulldog. So the reason the propeller seems to be flashing on and off is just a quirk of the graphics. If I slow it down, it's got like you know, the Apollo markings for orientation. You can see it on the wheels. It's got this pattern on the propeller on the nose boss, which is what's causing it to appear to flash. Okay, what's this little town that we're just about to pass? Shall we have a look? Okay, it appears to be nowhere. Mark's Barn. No, it's this one here. It's Marriott. Can often be confusing looking from altitude because you're not looking straight down, so you're seeing several miles over sometimes. Can I go to Belgrade Airport in Serbia, please? No. I'm doing this route. Flying across England. But you're welcome to come here and join me flying this route if you want. Lose a bit of altitude. We've been creeping up the whole time. So 123 knots. We're ripping along. Let's see how fast we can go if we open the engine right up. Keep the plane level. So coming for 130 knots. You can see the needle here. We don't actually need the DME to tell us. I guess it's good to have the reference in case you get a malfunction on the equipment. So if the airspeed stopped functioning, the DME could still tell you your airspeed. That's some clever maths that's doing if you think about it, because it's having to do it in concert with the signal from the VOR, because it knows if you're travelling across the signal, for example. So based on knowing what direction the VOR is and knowing the distance changes, yeah, it can do the trigonometry. It's clever. Okay, so we should see a little airfield down here. Yeah, you can see there's a grass airstrip on the edge of the town. So this is Westland, and a bit further over you can see Yeovilton over there. So when you travel down to the southwest of England on the motorway, you see signs for the Fleet Air Arm at Yeovilton, or Yeovil. So there's a lot of armed forces stuff down here. Okay, headed to Henstridge. How are we doing on fuel? How quickly does this aeroplane drink fuel? Oh, we actually have got through quite a lot already. Down to about 7 gallons left each side. She's still not talking to me. So the next village we are passing along the way is Sherborne. So we'll look down on Sherborne as we fly over. Someone has a nice pool. It's probably water treatment works, isn't it? Been given a bit too bright a colour. Someone's going to tell me now, no, it's an Olympic-sized swimming pool in someone's back garden. No, it isn't. It isn't a pool at all. It's a hockey pitch, isn't it? With blue AstroTurf. Okay, so it's looking like runway 25 at Henstridge, although from what we saw the wind speed on the ground isn't too bad. So if we go and right click on Henstridge, show information for Henstridge, we've got wind 3 knots from 120 degrees, which is massively different than the wind that we're experiencing here. So it's 3 knots from that direction, so we should really go for runway 07. So by the time we get down there, the wind will be favourable for us. So let's do that. So can we see a beacon from the airfield at all? I'm just looking for anything flashing out there. Where is the airstrip? Not yet over there, is it? It's somewhere out in front of us. I'll be blowed if I can see it though. Have I tried the edge of the Optica? No, I haven't. Oh, the runway's right in front of us. Here it is. It's just hadn't resolved it very well on the scenery yet. Okay, let's go straight in then. So again, you can see because I'm coming down quite high, from quite high altitude, I'm having a job getting rid of speed. So what I'm going to do is go right rudder and present the side of the aeroplane to the airflow. See, half the problem is I'm going downwind as well, which isn't helping. So then continue doing, yeah, you can see the airspeed falling off now to a point where I can descend, I can drop the flaps, which will obviously give us an awful lot more drag. So flaps down. One of the major changes I've had in recent months, I've got the Airbus stick and throttle quadrant, which has caused me to have to learn to fly left-handed. So I'm just side-slipping a bit more. We were too high. And it gives us a route past that tree on approach, which is quite useful. So yeah, I've had to learn to fly left-handed, which has been, it took a few days to get used to it. It's still very, very fast, but it's a touch and go, so not a major issue. And that's why we bounced, because we were fast. Look at the wind pushing us, oh my word. Okay. Next leg, 42 miles, 16 degrees up to Kemble. Should we go and visit along the way my local airfield? Add airport booker. So rather than go to Kemble, let's go cross country a certain amount. So delete Kemble. We'll go via Membry. Add airport Membry. Go via Thruxton as well. Add airport Thruxton. Let's just give ourselves something to do along the way. That will do. So we're now going to Thruxton, 64 degrees. Just turning to 60. It would make sense actually if we can get to Booker before we need to refuel. That'd be quite cool. How much can we get away with leaning the engine out? Probably quite a lot. Yeah, so engine's at 50% on the mixture. Which obviously will get us a lot further for the same amount of fuel. She still doesn't look very happy with him, does she? It would be quite amusing if this game had elements of The Sims built into it, wouldn't it? So you get to talk between the pilot and the co-pilot along the way about things they're interested in. Could be a nightmare though, couldn't it? There is an add-on you can get for the commercial aircraft called self-loading cargo, and it simulates passengers in the back of the plane and all of the problems that passengers bring. So suddenly, as the pilot, you're having to deal with problems or divert problems. So give everybody a free drink or something to shut them up. But yeah, self-loading cargo is worth a look. Because if you imagine doing a commercial flight, once you've flown the Star and you're off into cruise, you've potentially got a couple of hours of doing nothing. So self-loading cargo gives you the passengers to look after. And then you get rated on your flying skills by the passengers at the end of the flight. How are we doing on the route? I don't think she's very happy with me being sat on her lap, is she? I'm going to sit back over in my own seat. No, she's not talking to me again. Someone said in the comments if she'd wanted to stay home and watch Coronation Street, she should have said. She's giving me PTSD. I don't think you can turn the co-pilot off in the unless there's a secret button somewhere to do it in the Bulldog. Search online while we're flying along. Just level the plane up. Bulldog. Disable, or not disable, but remove. Co-pilot. MSFS. How to remove co-pilot? Can't find anything obvious. No, I can't see an ejection seat button anywhere, but you can open the canopy. I'm not sure if you can do it in the air. Let's try it. So if I pull this back, this probably isn't very advisable, but we now have a clear view out of the wing and we can just step out and jump out, which you would do if you were ejecting. He's going to lose his hat in a minute, isn't he? Probably a bit chilly. So if we pull that back, latch that back on, and then lock it down here. Just gave them some fresh air. So we're still on track, miraculously, for Thruxton, then Membry, and then Booker. Just keeping half an eye on those fuel gauges. So we're down to about 5 gallons on each tank, on each wing. Get rid of dev mode, shouldn't I? We don't need it. I looked in dev mode earlier to see if I could use that to get rid of the co-pilot, but you can't. Okay, so we're getting closer to Thruxton. Zoom in a little bit, we'll be able to see the airfield. We're going to fly straight over the top of Boscombe Down. I visited there with work once. It's a pretty scary place. So you can see this is Boscombe Down we're about to fly over. So strictly speaking, I shouldn't be flying over the top of it, but this is a simulator. We have no rules. I'm not sure. I've not done any aerobatics in this, so I don't know what it rolls like even. So let's just have a look. So if we go full rich, flaps are up, brakes are off, although it just doesn't have air brakes. I'm just checking controls. And let's get some speed up. And then nose up. 20 degrees. And roll. Nose drops alarmingly in the roll. The roll rate isn't that fantastic, I have to say. Yeah, somebody's saying that I ran a project management course at Boscombe Down. I did an IT course for some project managers many years ago for some automation software there. I worked for a Microsoft partner in the daytime, and yeah, I ran a training course there for some people, and it was the strangest place. the security and warnings, you know, that I think, is it Boscombe Down, they have live pathogens and stuff like that on site that they're researching. I think it might be. So yeah, it was a unsettling place to try and to visit. So runway 25. We're not there just yet. We will start descending though, rather than have our usual race to get to the floor. So we'll come down to about 1500 feet if we can. So let's cut the throttle and just let the plane drift down. But maybe keep an eye on that airspeed, hey? Before it hurtles into the ground and rips its own wings off. Okay, so we can turn left a bit. Just trying to spot the airfield and then we'll turn in for our approach. So here's the airfield over here, we can see it to our left. There's the runway we're going to be coming in on, in the centre of the grass there. It's quite reassuring to know if we get it wrong we're going to plough into the parked cars, so at least they'll slow us down, even if they rip the wings and the undercarriage off. Okay, so we're just flying the downwind leg on the reciprocal course of the runway. We'll turn base leg in a moment. Go for flaps. Full flaps. accelerate, holding the rudder to keep the nose straight. There's a pretty vicious crosswind, and we pull up, and we're away again. This airplane sways around quite a lot, doesn't it? Okay, so let's have a look at the map. So we've just done our touch and go at Thruxton. We're heading north up to Membry Airfield now, so we're going to turn right 5 degrees. Cam is saying hola. Aerostar saying ciao. Me got to go too. Yep, see you soon. I'll be online for quite some time today, so I'll see you all later. So just going to turn and intercept our 5 degree line and start turning gently left to go match it. So going towards Membry now. So let's get the mixture cut back, get the engine cut back, and trim the elevators. And we don't have to worry too much about flying the aeroplane. It will pretty much fly itself. See where we are on the map. We have a tailwind, 8 knots. Check the fuel again in a moment, make sure we've got enough to get to Booker before we start making any decisions about where to stop and fill up. I think it's going to be touch and go. We're going to be almost on fumes by the time we get to Booker, but I think we'll probably get there. Should we get a bit of insurance altitude? Let's have a look at the route we've followed so far. We have come out of the southwest. We took off from Land's End about 8:30 this morning, and it's just coming up for 10:30, so we're a couple of hours in, and we've flown doing touch and goes all over the place. So let's go. Should we add some more fields in along the way? There's a micro light airfield there. Trying to think where we can sensibly add legs. It looks pretty good actually, the rest of the journey. We're going a little bit out of our way on the next leg to go to Booker just because it's my local airfield. Okay, we have some height now, so we'll trim the aircraft back out for level flight. good. So the village we are just passing over here, if we go and look on the map and find out. Great Bedouin, apparently. Just approaching Membry. Most people know Membry because of the services on the main road that pass Membry. Otherwise it's a pretty unremarkable place, I imagine. I've never been there, only ever been to the services. So you see there's a main road that passes it. Welcome break. There you go. It's a major service area for traffic. So looking at the wind, 10 knots from the south, so we're looking runway 16 potentially, or 22 maybe. Yeah, should we go for 22? Let me get the paved runway instead of the grass one. I'm not sure how confident I would be landing this on a grass runway given the size of the wheels. Okay, so let's see, we should be able to see the airfield. 2 grass strips and a paved one. Where is the airfield? Is that it over there? Or is it much closer than that? No, I'm looking too far away. Ah, here it is. So there's our thin strip to do a touch and go on, and there are the grass strips. So we're going to double back to turn into the wind, start losing some speed and altitude. Doesn't look like the most wonderfully modelled airfield ever, but it's good enough. Yes, this whole area here is the services. Let's do this from inside. It's much more fun inside, isn't it? Okay. So let's see what our airspeed's doing. So we can deploy flaps now. Horse racing training facility here. I'm using side slipping to lose some speed and height. accelerate. And pull up just before the grass. I'm getting the wind direction from Little Nav Map. G-Flat's asking about it, so it's up here. So local to me in the aeroplane, this is the wind direction. But I'm looking it up on the airfield as well from time to time, because obviously you can't really take your wind from where you are. It may be entirely different at ground level. Okay, 30 miles over to Booker, and then we fill up with fuel at Booker. Yeah, we're going to be great to get there by. Should be good. Should get there without running out of fuel. Famous last words. How much do we have left? About 3 gallons in each tank. So how far can a Bulldog fly on 6 gallons of fuel? That's the question. So we're 1,500 feet. I think 110 knots. We've got the engine leaned out to 50% mixture. And just trimming the elevators. And we are trying to eke this out to get to Booker before we run out of fuel so we can land there and fill up. So fingers crossed. So Booker is on the edge of High Wycombe. So you sometimes see it as Wycombe Air Park instead of Booker. EGTB, Echo Golf Tango Bravo. Bizarrely, I've never actually been there in the real world. I've only been there in the simulator. There's a cafe there, you can go and watch the aeroplanes coming and going. So one day I'll have to take the kids out and go and watch them. Should be good fun. There is a tower at Booker, so we could follow instructions. I think it's going to be one of the few of these small airfields that does have an operational tower. So when we get a bit closer, we'll call them. Shall we tune into the BNN VOR 11375? So 11375, and it's operational. Good. So if we tune this in, we can see it's 63 degrees to the VOR, 35 miles to run. But we're obviously not going that far. We're only going as far as Booker. So if we take 5 off of that, we know it's about 30 to go. Okay, we're zooming along. I guess we've got a component of tailwind which is making us quite fast over the ground. Down to about 2.5 gallons per tank. This is going to be touch and go, you know. I'm not sure that we are going to get there. Fingers crossed at this point. scenery in Flight Simulator is just breathtaking, isn't it? It's so good. Visibility from this plane, I have to say, is very, very good for sightseeing because it's got this huge bubble canopy. You can literally look out across the entire landscape around you. So we're going to be passing over the top of Henley-on-Thames in a few minutes. Reading is off to our right, so if you've ever heard of the Reading Festival, that's over that way. I should probably advertise this aircraft because this is the Scottish Aviation Bulldog. It's about €25, I think. I got it for £20 or thereabouts. It's available if you just search for Scottish Aviation Bulldog and Microsoft Flight Simulator. You'll find it for sale. I bought it from the developer, so I think you can get it from other places as well. Most of the this is something that winds me up a little bit with Flight Simulator, that most of the big websites sell independently of the developers and they add a margin, and they think people aren't going to look around and find out where to buy things from themselves. It's just, it winds me up ever so slightly. Made by Black Box Simulations, this model of the Bulldog. Where's he going? Seems very low. Let's have a look at the oh, he's on approach into London, of course he is. He's going into Heathrow. It seems very low though, even so. Heathrow isn't that close. I think it's just somebody messing around in Flight Simulator, to be honest. There he is over there. He's far too low. It's obviously not flying a Star or SID or anything. Coming into Booker. Are we going to make it? Look at the fuel. Oh my word, we're down to about 2 gallons each wing. I think we'll be fine. We're going to have to come in from the Wickham side looking at the wind. Let's just check the wind at Booker. So if we right click, show information for Booker, a wind 170 knots, 170 degrees 7 knots. Yeah, so we need to fly over Wickham and turn in. So we will, to avoid wasting any more fuel going around the airfield, we are going to turn left, head towards High Wickham, or the Chiltern Hills I should say, and then come in over the main road into Wickham Airfield. So shall we see if the tower is operational? So if we scroll lock and back, we want to tune for Booker, tower, request full stop landing.
Tower Bulldog X-ray 6 by 40 miles southwest, 2,900 feet to land.
Bulldog X-ray 654 Wickham Tower. Altimeter tree 0.09er with 172 and 10. Make left traffic runway 24.
They do want left traffic. So I don't have to go round. If I run out of fuel, it's their fault.
Bulldog X-ray 6 by.
This is going to be perilously close to being empty by the time I land. Okay. I'm going to put it on the ground at Booker, fill it up with fuel, and then go and make a coffee. Okay, so we can turn. Runway 24, so we're going to go around the airfield. So we'll fly 60 degrees, which is the reciprocal. You can see the airfield down here. That's High Wickham behind it. So we're flying past, we're just going to come down and cut the throttle now. Should be able to see my house from here actually. It's difficult to say from. So there's Booker's, keep an eye on it. So there's Marlow. Yeah, oops, sorry, no. Here's Marlow. Over here. Yeah, I need to concentrate. let's do a good job of the landing rather than go sightseeing with fumes left in the fuel tank. So as ever with the automated ATC in Flight Simulator, when we get perpendicular with the end of the, or parallel with the end of the runway, we should get the landing clearance and we can turn onto our base leg. So on downwind at the moment for runway 24. Runway 24 is this way. So intermediate stage flaps. And there we go. So we acknowledge clearance.
Cleared to land runway 24 Bulldog X-ray 65.
Get this out of the way slightly. Okay, and we're down. So now we just need to get to the fuel pumps before we run out of fuel. We've got plenty of fuel actually, so let's raise the flaps. So I'm going to cancel the landing intentions just to get rid of ATC out of our way. Where's he going? Oh, supposed to go in the back, aren't we? Okay. Is it not supposed to open a fueling window when you get to the fuel tanks? I guess not. Anyway, so turn the engine off and refuel. So we're going to go and fill the plane completely up, and then turn it back on and taxi out. Let's go and park over on one of the parking spots. Then we go for a coffee. Where should we park? Next to this one here. Okay. Engine off. I'm so not familiar with this aeroplane. Avionics master switch off for the moment. And where was the master power? Master alternator and master battery. There we go. So we are cold and dark now. So we can try opening the doors now, I suppose. I've not tried that. I have no idea how you operate this aeroplane. Oh, of course you don't, do you? It hasn't got doors. It's got this massive window that we can open. So let's do that. Canopy, I should say, not window. Let's use it. Someone's got the lawnmower out. So who is that next to me? Is it somebody I know? Not somebody running transmitter. Okay. Anyway, I'm going to go and grab a coffee, and I'll be back in a few minutes. And we'll take off from Booker and carry on our way. So I'll see you very soon. I'm just going to mute the microphone while I'm out of the room, so you don't pick up any conversations. Okay, I'm back. I have some toast. I have some coffee. Just before we get started, I'm going to let a few people know what I'm up to today. Forums. Was it virtual flight.online? I'm just in a separate browser window on a separate screen. We're letting everybody know what I'm up to today. Invitations. Create thread. Flying the length of the UK. Right, copy the live stream URL. We will get going soon, don't worry. I'm just sorting a few things out here. Save changes. Facebook. Post it in the Facebook group for Virtual Flight Online. Post that, and in Discord as well. Okay. Move everything back out of the way. William Kelly has appeared saying, "Oh, I missed this." No, you haven't missed it. I've just stopped at Bullfrog. Listen to me, Bulldog. I've just stopped at Booker Airfield in the aircraft. I'm about to get going again. So let's pull the canopy back up. We've just refilled the airplane with fuel. So we're going to carry on our way up the country. So we need the master battery switch on, master alternator switch on, avionics master switch on. We need the nav lights. Oh, we didn't turn the nav lights off. We've been draining the battery while we've been sat here. We don't need pitot heat. It's a lovely warm day. We're going to turn the magnetos to both and then hit the starter button for the engine, and we have an engine. And we'll close the lid on that, and we'll move flaps to takeoff, and I'm going to eat a piece of toast and then we'll get on our way. While we're at Booker, let's go and have a look around. This is the custom scenery for Booker that I've bought that makes it exactly like the real airfield. It's actually worth going and having a look. So I'm going to go to the outside view and turn it the right way, and let's go for a wander around Booker. So here's the control tower. You will notice we can look around. Just waiting for the live stream to catch up. You will notice we can look around inside the control tower. We can pan around, and it's actually very good. You can see there's some laptops on the desks, so you can actually pretend, if you wanted to, for like a group flight or something, you could pretend to be sitting here looking out at the traffic. Anyway, let's go and amuse ourselves with looking around the facilities. So there are some picnic benches here at the control tower. Training engineering, sorry. And if we fly over the top, there's the Welcome to Wickham Air Park sign. There's the emergency services car park full of nicely modelled cars. Training centre, helicopter services, heli air. There's obviously hangars everywhere, so if we go and have a look over in the hangars, we will see there's an aeroplane in there. There's a couple of them around the place being worked on. Yeah, it's very, very cool. Okay, so there's our nice little aeroplane. Oh look, do you think they've got enough fuel there for us now? Except he's parked the fuel truck on top of an aeroplane. Well done. Anyway, let's go and taxi out and get on our way. So let's go and look at the wind at Booker. So runway 24 to take off then. Okay, so off the parking brake. And we're rolling. Going to taxi out. You have to excuse me if I'm eating toast. Okay, lining up on the runway. And we're up. It's turning into a beautiful day. Lovely clear blue skies. So climbing out 500 feet a minute, climbing up to 1,000 feet a minute now. Let's have a look at the map and look on our next leg of our journey. We need to be going to Oakley Microlight next. 316 degrees. Probably about 310 given there's a crosswind. So we're turning right, looking for 310 degrees on the compass. Going to pull the mixture down to 50%, reduce the throttle to about 90%, and start feeding in the elevator trim to stop the nose from dropping when we level out. Just going out to 310 and level out. Now we're watching the vertical speed. Just make sure I did come back off of the yeah, the microphone is working. Okay, so toast is out of the way, so I can start talking again now. Hurrah! What was it? Thor would call it sustenance. So you can see now we have a red aeroplane on the map. That is transmitter doing its work. So transmitter shows anybody that's running it. All you need to do to run transmitter is have this little program that you can download from Virtual Flight Online. And you click connect, you fill in a couple of details about yourself that will appear on the map. You hit connect and it makes you appear within the, you need to configure a little nav map, but it makes you appear. You can also do a nice trick where you can say who is online from within the program, and that will pop open the browser and show you everybody. And then you can click on someone's name and it centers the map up. You can click on zoom to aircraft as well, so you can see me flying along there, and you can see the other guy there, Jeff, who's on his way. We're just to the east of Oxford at the moment, as you can see. So, and I'm turning and I shouldn't be. So I'll go and minimize transmitter to keep it out of the way. And click on the simulator. So you can see Oxford over there. Oxford has photogrammetry scenery. So when you get close to it, you can see the universities. If you've ever watched Inspector Morse on the TV, you will have seen, or Lewis, you will have seen Oxford. Or Endeavour, which is the prequel to Inspector Morse. William Kelly is saying he really likes the trainer aircraft. Yes, so do I. I like the old gauges. There's just more to do, more to monitor, more to play with. So I've been climbing this whole time, so I'm going to trim the elevators slightly. So we've just filled up. The Bulldog only fills up to 15 gallons on each wing. It doesn't, it's bizarre, isn't it? You get these standard gauges that they put in aircraft that it's been retrofitted probably. So this is the RAF version. When you get the Bulldog from Black Box Simulations, you get several versions of it, and each version has a different cockpit layout. So this is the RAF version, and obviously the things that were interesting to the RAF, like the 6-pack of instruments in the middle here, they're in their correct positions relative to each other, or their standard positions relative to each other, but they're in the centre, obviously, so they can save some money and space on the instrument stack for the instructor and the student to look at the same instruments rather than have a set each. So then for the student, I guess for the RAF, they're going to be doing aerobatics and thrashing the aeroplane to a certain extent. So they've got things in front of the student like the engine monitoring and the G meter and a stopwatch which works perfectly. So we can start the stopwatch and it starts whizzing round. So you've got seconds, tenths of seconds. So if you're doing timed manoeuvres, then that's really handy. But also it gives us the time, which is handy as well. So we've just flown straight over this airfield, which isn't such a big deal, I guess. Oakley Microlight. Let's just have a look while we're busy chattering. I guess we could just whiz down now. The wind isn't too strong, so let's just cut the throttle and go in for a quick touch and go. We'll come in on, let's have a look at the wind. Ideally we want runway 24. Actually there is 10 knots worth of wind. So we want to come in here, so I'm going to double back on myself. So suddenly these aerobatic capabilities of the Bulldog come to the fore. Did I turn the lights back on? Yeah, I've got nav lights on. And I've got the anti-collision lights on, that's good. So we can see another aircraft that's following along with us now. So we're going for runway 24. Anybody that is following along, you will notice as well, I've got the latency on the stream down to about 2 or 3 seconds, which is much better than it was previously. Right on the limit of the flaps, so we're going to side slip to quite seriously to get the speed down. So we've got full left rudder deflection at the moment. We'll blend that out as we get closer to the ground. There we go. Not really a textbook approach really, was it? It was more throw the plane from altitude down onto the runway. Down. Rotate, flaps up. Okay. Next on our route, we are going to head 340 degrees up to Hinton in the Hedge. Let's see if we can make it just a bit smaller. We don't need the world view, do we? How do we get rid of that? View, details, map. Never remember how you do this. Let's make this bigger for a moment. There we go, it was the overview. I wasn't sure what it was called. All I'm doing is making this smaller so we can see and leave it on the screen. I guess the only problem with that is it leaves the Windows bar down the bottom, but we can put up with that. Okay, let's go have a look inside. So let's just look at the live stream chat. So Grinder 1, I really like the Grob Tutor. I bought it because I saw them being used by a local RAF base. Yes, they commonly do use them. I think our host has got locked in the toilet. Just make sure that the microphone is coming through okay. Yes, it looks good. So how might we navigate in the aircraft to get to Hinton on the Hedge? So we can see it's 340 degrees to get there, and then we have to just keep an eye out on the ground. Oh, I think the sim has paused. That's really useful. That's the third pause today. I imagine it's having a fit because it's probably getting the METAR readings from all of these different airfields nearby. I'm sure that's what causes it. It's a delay in getting the METAR information, or METAR. So the town we're just flying over, if you go and look on the map, is Bicester. It says Bicester, it's pronounced Bicester. And we're going towards Hinton on the Hedge, in the Hedge even. It's got a tiny little runway. Sit up in the cockpit a little bit so we can see where we're going. A bit later in the flight it's going to get a bit more interesting because we're going to go up through the hills in the north, so we're going to have a look at the map quickly. Our route is going to take us through Yorkshire, and then we're going to go through Scotland, so we may take a bit of a scenic route to go some of this. I'm just wondering, I followed the line of the airfields to keep it kind of busy along the way, but we could have gone. Trouble is, if you go through the Dales or through the Lake District, there's nowhere to land really, so it's just one big long flying leg, which makes it a bit boring. Rather do lots and lots of touch and goes. So you've got a big airfield we're just passing of our left wing there. Which is interesting because it wasn't on the map. So I'm presuming it's Hayford. If it's not on the map. Hardly. Yeah, it's Hayford. So this is a major US Air Force base that's been decommissioned. It's called Upper Hayford. Yeah, when I was young it was full of B-52s, so during the tail end of the Cold War it was absolutely full of B-52s that were always flying circuits around the area, because I think they were one of the bases that serviced this thing. There was a US program to keep bombers in the air 24/7. It was strange because we got used to the sound of them flying overhead. But whenever we have visitors, because we lived near, when I grew up, we lived near RAF Bryce Norton. Grinders just realised his video was paused. Yeah, that's why I wasn't appearing to move then. Yeah, where I grew up was near RAF Bryce Norton. And there were B-52 stationed there as well. And we kind of got used to the noise of them over time. So we're just coming over Hinton on the Hedge. So you can see the airfield down here, tiny little airfield. So let's see what direction we want to go. We want to come in runway 09. So we're going to go 270 and cut the throttle. And do a nice little approach. So we're just coming round to 270 degrees. And descending. Have a look outside. So you can see there's runway 09 that we're alongside, the big wide one. Actually, it doesn't look like it's a proper runway, does it? So should we go for the next one? Although it's marked on the map, it hasn't actually got painted stripes, so we'll go for the painted one. It's not going to make a huge difference with the strength of the wind today. Oh, that is 9, sorry. That's my own mistake. Yes, I saw the news story, just reading the live chat about the B-52s getting the new engines. It's going to be interesting, isn't it? Does that mean are they going to replace them with just 4 engines instead of 8? I imagine there'll be fuel economy if they replace the engines. They'll be able to fly them forever. Because with those massive big wings full of fuel, imagine how far they could fly. I wonder if they'll have to have several crews on board to swap while they're in the air. Okay, we're accelerating because again I'm doing a very non-standard approach. So I'm holding right rudder to present the side of the aeroplane to the airflow to cause some drag. Left wing down. And let it back round for the final approach. Whoa, just caught a gust of wind then. That's been the worst landing so far. Get some speed up, buzz the trees. Okay, let's have a quick look at the map. 42 degrees, 20 miles. Sywell. So let's keep an eye on the compass. Let's just do this by hand. Just out of interest, let's have a look at the VFR map in the sim. Does it give us... Yeah, it's a bit rubbish, isn't it? Okay, so we're en route to Sywell. It's worth reiterating I am live on the West Europe server, so if you have Flight Simulator and you want to join in and fly along with me, feel free to do so. I am not going to use a live voice channel because it causes too much trouble, because you never know who's going to walk into the voice channel or what they're going to say, and I can't risk my YouTube channel with that. So you just get me monotonously chattering on. We've got live weather on. We're over England, live time. You can see the airfield we've just left disappearing behind us. And let's see how we're going to go. Sywell, EGBK, Echo Golf Bravo Kilo is next. I'm not sure that we'll ever get a B-52 in flight sim, but you never know. But I think the bar has been raised so high in terms of the quality of the aircraft that it's taking significant development teams significant amounts of time to make aircraft that the community isn't just going to dump all over. I was concerned when I got this aircraft that it was going to be up to scratch, but it's actually very, very good, as you can see. So I was pleasantly surprised when I actually finally got it. So if we go and look around, you know, the quality of the texturing, this bit isn't perhaps great, but you know, it's a trainer and it's actually modelled pretty well. It's not maybe as good as some of the other trainers or some of the other aircraft around, but it flies brilliantly. And if we go and have a look around outside, it's actually remarkably good. So if we go to the drone cam, for example, I just straighten this up. We veered off of our route yet now. So if we go to the drone camera and have a look around, it's actually very nicely modelled. All the rivets and the panel lines and everything are very, very well done. Yeah, I've been reading. I'm just reading the live chat to catch up again. The Trilander. I've been reading about it. It does look good. How cool is that, though? The mapping of the shapes along the ribs of the wing. Brilliant. The only thing I don't like about it is this animation they've done on the prop. There's a stutter in it that is really frustrating. Have a look at the light bulbs, see how they've modelled them. So they just use a picture, there's no actual glass in there. But again, that does mean you get very good frame rates with it. I think the worst aircraft I've seen in terms of the frame rate hit is the just straighten this up, Carenado. They gave me a copy of the Seneca to record a video with. I've had it crash to desktop repeatedly, which I'm not sure if that's a world. I think it's since about World Update 7. The Carenado or Serenado, however you're supposed to pronounce it, their aircraft just started crashing. You only have to go and look at their support forums, and there's people bitterly complaining about it. Which, you know, I'm sure they'll address it, but for the moment, it doesn't look good. And yeah, the Seneca, the hit on the frame rate with it is enormous. And yes, it's got wonderful, very, very high resolution textures and it's well modelled, but at what cost? So there is a balancing act there. Closest airport to me at the moment, let's have a look on the map. Well, I'm coming up to Sywell and that's only a few miles away, so that's Echo Golf Bravo Kilo. So I'll be coming in there for a touch and go, doing a straight in approach by the look of it, onto a runway 3 left. So at the moment I am 11 miles out. So I should be really thinking about descending. So I'm just coming off the throttle and I'll let my aeroplane fall to the floor. And let's do a little bit of sightseeing along the way then. So I imagine that's the airfield over there. So the town we're just coming past is Northampton. Just coming up to lunchtime, but I've just had late breakfast, so I probably won't eat until about 2 o'clock now. Still not talking to me. Don't know what I've done. After Sywell, you can see Jeff has spawned in, or is flying at Sywell. After Sywell, we're on to Spanhoe. I've not been to any of these airfields before. Then Saltby Glider, then Syerston, then Gamston, Sandtoft, Burn, Ruffleth, Wombleton. That's a great name, Wombleton. Peterlee, Eshott Airfield, Charterhall Airfield, East Fortune Airfield, Fife, Scone, whoops, North Connell. Okay, should we actually sort this one out ahead of time so we don't end up side slipping in? So let's do some turns to reduce the speed and height. Let me just check the server that I'm on to make sure that you can see me. I'm on the West Europe server. So if I resume, now I don't have any labels on, so Let me cycle the multiplayer server. Hopefully that will correct it. So Black Box did the Islander, my favourite aircraft in Microsoft Flight Sim and Xbox. I'm still pondering a new high-end PC. I'll turn labels on in a moment, which will tell me if I can see people or not. I'm seeing somebody's nav lights down by the runway, by the way. I'm sure I saw a nav light switch on. Or did I? Yeah, there's an aircraft on the grass. Okay, off on our way again. So I was going to promise to turn the labels on, wasn't I? So let's go general, traffic, labels on, apply, go back, resume. Yeah, so multiplayer is working. Suddenly I'm surrounded by aircraft. Jeffers Aero is just coming up behind me. To Spanho next. So 22 degrees. 16 miles. So if I look out the side of the plane, I should see our friend over there flying in formation. That's coming up to 2,000 feet. Degrees magnetic. Why is this compass wildly out? Let's get the information on the aeroplane. Show information for user aircraft. Heading track. Heading is 20. Track is 30. Heading 22. What is going on? Okay, so it's close enough. I think the compass had been moved at some point. We can calibrate it against the magnetic compass up here. So that's showing about 36, and that's showing about 36, so that's good. Gee, that is takeaway. Not impressed. So 2,500 feet, so let's just get rid of that vertical speed. We don't want to get too high. It's only a short leg. If you look outside, Jeffers Aero. Attempt some formation flying by the look of it. Follow, be on my wing. Get rid of that information panel. The map back and we're off to the side. So looking at the map, we're looking at runway 27 at Spanho. I'm going to turn my labels back off because they really annoy me. So traffic off, apply, go back, resume. So now it looks like a photograph instead of a video game. So the town we are just passing over is Corby. There's some sort of massive car production plant by the look of it at Corby. I'm sure if we zoom in on the map we can figure out. BCA Corby. Bosch distribution centre, logistics, Amazon, there we go, it's an Amazon distribution centre. And there's a race car track over there, Kirby Hall apparently. Kettering. I'm presuming the race car track is something to do with Kettering. Rockingham. Oh, it's the Rockingham Oval, of course it is. So for a very short time the UK had a NASCAR oval called the Rockingham Oval. I think they went broke. Okay, so coming up to Spanho. So let's go and lose some height and speed. And actually use our eyes instead of the map for a change. So you can see the airfield over here. Yeah, that's the one that's further away though. interesting. Whoa! See what I mean about the weather kicking in when you get near airfields, and the METAR either kicks in or it doesn't. It's very, very odd when it does it. So there's Spanho down here. So what we're going to do, because we want to land, yeah, on this airfield, on this runway here, so I'm going to loop round to the right. So I will loop right to come in for that airstrip. Which gives us the chance to lose some height along the way. Just descended, lowered the flaps to the intermediate position. And now full flaps. There's the airfield. So again, we'll continue turning. Just to lose time, or speed I should say, and altitude, and then we can have a fairly normal approach. So G Flat is saying this group flying thing looks like a lot of fun. Oh, you haven't seen anything. Well, on Sunday evening, so 8 o'clock this evening, GMT, which is 1900 Zulu or UTC, we do an organised group flight, and tonight's is around the coast of Wales, and generally get 20, 30, sometimes 40 people. Then it's fun. So you see an enormous queue of people going in for approach on runways. But it's mostly just a social gathering. It's no strict ATC or anything. We fly, you know, we try to fly sensibly. Oh look, there's a car waiting for me. And the fuel truck is trying to cause a disaster. He's been drinking, hasn't he? Okay, we climb out. And now it's 348 degrees, 16 miles up to Saltby Glider Field. So 348. I guess the drift we saw on the compass could have just been natural. Where we were throwing around doing aerobatics earlier, and high G turns and things, could have thrown the compass out. So 350 on the compass. One of the most important things for doing group flying is to have your nav lights on, so it's easy to see the aircraft when they're nearby. So you can see at the moment I have my lights on. You can see the light at the end of the wing and the beacon flashing away. Makes it very, very easy to see each other at distance. Otherwise it can be quite challenging. Let's look at the map. So we're on our way to Saltby Glider Field. We're going to pass over Cottesmore Air Force Base along the way. So let's just level the plane out. Get rid of that vertical speed. So watching the needle here and trimming the elevators gently. got it. Just coming up to 3,000 feet, so I'm going to drop down a little bit, back to 2.5. So the scenery is slowly changing as we go further north. The nature of the scenery is not as green as it was in the south. There's the Air Force Base that we're going to pass straight over the top of. Where did these clouds come from? Well, this is no fun, is it? If we do get any really bad weather along the way, I'll do a detour and demonstrate an ILS landing. I thought we were going to have bright sunshine all the way there. I wonder if this simulates water on the canopy. If I go and fly through this big dark cloud, let's see if water starts streaming. Passing into a rain cloud like this, you'd expect to get wet, wouldn't you? So you'd expect some water to start streaming perhaps around the canopy when we get into the cloud. So we need to start watching the artificial horizon. Any water streaming happening. Not really. That's a shame. It's taken us up to 6,000 feet. We're just going over the Air Force Base. So we'll be descending back down for Saltby in a few moments. So looking at the wind, we can go for runway 30 at Maltby. It's a grass strip. It'll be quite interesting to do a grass strip for a change. Well, to be fair, that cloud hadn't actually burst, had it? It was just... Oh, I can see somebody... No, it's the top of my tail. I wondered if that was somebody right behind me. Up in the clouds now first time we've been up this high on the route, isn't it? Cottesmore Air Force Base. I keep forgetting this is a 3D aerobatic aircraft, isn't it? If we wanted to, we could, to lose height, we could just do an Immelman or something, couldn't we? Or a split S, half a split S. So we literally could, if we really wanted to. Keep an eye on the speed, going very fast. I mean, it's built to take it. It's an aerobatic plane, but I really don't want to go beyond 180 knots. Okay, so let's go and turn in towards Maltby. Saltby, sorry. Wrong county. Right, there's the strip right in front of us. Quarry. So if we just have a look at the map, we're coming in for runway 30 at Saltby. Have a quick look to see if there's a specific strip of grass we're supposed to use. I think it's this bit. It's not modelled wonderfully, is it? And we're going to have to dodge the trees on the way in, so maybe we turn left and come in kind of a Spitfire turning approach into the end of the grass strip, to make it a bit more fun. To miss the trees, which I doubt are there in real life, or not to that scale. Okay, so flaps down. Whoa. This floats really, really well, doesn't it? Okay. So the runway's supposed to carry on across this field a little bit, but I'm not going to test the grass there. You can see the kind of shadow of where it really should be. You can probably get custom scenery for this airfield. Okay, 328 degrees to Syeston. So if we hold 328, we should get good sight of it without looking at the map. Let's see if we got any more compass drift with the split S that we did. So we're showing about 320 on the magnetic compass, and we're showing not anything like that. 320. Okay, yeah, it's about there. It's still the same. Okay. Check out the scenery and the aeroplane for a change. So this little aeroplane, if anybody's joined the stream recently, we took off from Land's End at about 8:30 this morning. So we've been going for about 3 hours so far. And it is really the little aeroplane that could so far. So if we go and maximise the map and zoom out, you can see the plot all the way down the country. And we're heading up north into Scotland. We've got to go up through the north of England first, so we're going to go past Sheffield and Bradford, Middlesbrough, Newcastle on Tyne, and then we'll get up to Edinburgh. We go up past Galashiels. Should be fun. But we're airport hopping all the way. It's worth stating I won't be going all the way up to Scotland in one go. We will be stopping the live stream at some point today, and it will be continued on later. So I will need a break. I'm not going to do it all in one big go. And I have got some errands to go run at some point later today. So I'm just looking for where will be a good airfield to stop. To have a break for a bit, and then have an hour out before we carry on with the rest of the journey. Could pick a big airfield, couldn't we, and do a detour to it. Maybe Doncaster. Go and park up at Doncaster. So if we add that to the route, so in a couple of airfields time we'll stop and stop the flight for an hour or so, and then continue on later in the day. I'll leave it live streaming, it won't hurt anything. It would be good fun to go and do a flight through the Alps or something with the Bulldog, wouldn't it? To go flying down through the valleys at speed, or go and do the Mach loop in it maybe. So we're just coming up to Sarston. Looking at the wind, we want to go runway either 29 or 24. 29 looks like a good bet. So you can see the runway over there. So we're just coming down. Point. I'm going to go push this flat out just to see how fast it can go, because I need to make a decision for tonight's flight about what aeroplane to use, and I need to be able to do 140 knots at cruise. And this does it, I think. I'm just looking. I'm just going to trim the elevators for level flight. If it can do 140 knots flat out with a rich fuel, it's going to be the aeroplane to choose, I think. Yeah, it can. Okay. So just coming into Sarston. So let's have a look. See, we're turning towards runway 29. The throttle. Have I tried out the Freeware RV7? No, I haven't. What is the Freeware RV7? What sort of aircraft is it? Can't really look at the moment because I'm controlling this one. Simworks is releasing RV14. Is Simworks Studios the same people that made the Kodiak? I wish they'd fixed the bug in the Kodiak. There's a warning that flashes all the time, and the TORS test doesn't work either. Takeoff. So Sarston. Up to Gamston next. So 355 degrees, 15.5 miles. It's returning to 355. Let's go low across the treetops for a change. Pylon. Didn't like doing that, did it? That was bizarre. It kind of lost aileron authority when it was upside down. Pylons. Right, where are we? Making our way up to Gamston slowly. Yeah, I used to really like the Kodiak, but since it's got that bug with the warning light that flickers all the time at the bottom right of the primary flight display, I haven't flown it for ages now because of it. There's nothing you can do about it. I'll have to send them an email later. I'm guessing they should know about it, shouldn't they? I mean, someone must have told them. Let's see if they've got a forum where it can be reported. Okay. I'm supposed to be 355, aren't I? Not 20. Gamston. So it'd be runway 21 at Gamston then. Yeah, I'll go on their Discord later then if they have a Discord server and let them know about it. I'm sure someone will have reported it already, but it won't do any harm, will it? Okay, so after Gamston we're going to head into Doncaster and land, and I'm going to take a break for an hour because I've got to go and run some errands anyway. So I'll leave the aircraft parked on the ground. I'll leave some messages in the various places where I've posted about the flight saying where I am, when I'll be back. But we've got a few minutes yet. I'm just going to pop into town to get some bits and pieces. If this had an autopilot, I could leave it running for the hour on the autopilot, but it doesn't, unfortunately. I guess I could enlist my daughter to fly it for me. She's a very good pilot. Or very good simulator pilot, I should say. Right, let's do left circuit into runway 21 at Gamston Airfield. So we're coming off the throttle. Get rid of some airspeed. And we're looking for the airfield. Anybody seen an airfield? Is that it over there? It's the main. Is that the runway or the main road? Well, I'm not there yet. That's why I can't see it. Let's get a little bit of height, shall we? That'll be it then. I was going to say we're heading straight towards it. This aeroplane doesn't have an autopilot though. I'm just reading the live stream. William Kelly is saying you can map the autopilot controls to keys. I'll demonstrate that now actually while we're doing this. So if I go to control options, if this works I'll be stunned. Because I know some of the Asobo aeroplanes it used to work with, even though they didn't have an autopilot in the aircraft. Excuse me. So if I go in here and search for autopilot, toggle autopilot master is the Z key, yeah? And then you've got autopilot heading hold is Control H. And altitude hold heading, flight level, backward, altitude hold would be Control T. So Control H, Control T and Control Z. Okay. Go back. Resume. So if I press Control H, I'm going to press Control Z. You're joking. Control T. The invisible autopilot. You're joking. In that case, what this is going to do, I just need to set a heading, don't I? Of right up the middle of the country. Measure distance. Gamston. I need to fill up with fuel though first. That's 333 degrees. There's a 15 knot headwind, so say 325 degrees. Oh my word. I never knew that. So I've just turned it back off. That's funny. I never knew. I presumed this didn't have an autopilot unit, that it would have been disabled. Anyway. We are about to turn in and go and do our touch and go here. So what we'll do, we'll fly in here. Pretend to fill up with fuel. So how many hours have I spent in flight sim hand flying aeroplanes when they had an invisible autopilot I could have taken advantage of? That's pretty funny. I mean, granted, all you can use is altitude and heading hold, but gives you a chance to have a rest and go make a coffee, doesn't it? Without manufacturing visits to go and park up in an airfield. Okay, so we'll go to Doncaster and fill up with fuel again, and then I'm going to set this on the long journey north on its own, and I'll go and run my errands, and I would be back. So if I leave at about 1 o'clock, I'll be back by 2, and by then we should be over Scotland, so the boring bit of the journey will be over with, and we get to fly around some of the fun parts of Scotland. Okay, so we're going to go into Doncaster, runway 20. So we're going to overfly the airfield first, or fly alongside it. But how would you change heading if you don't have a heading? I do have a heading bug. Oh my word. But how would you modify your vertical speed, and how would you set a target altitude? That's just nuts. So I wonder if anybody's made a piece of software that you can plug into the simulator from outside where you can control the autopilot. I know something like Tramp would, but I don't like Tramp. I think it's a pile of, well... It's got me thinking now though, is there an autopilot application you can run outside of the simulator to control it? I'm going to go and have a look. MSFS Autopilot application. There's an MSFS Mobile Companion application for your phone that will let you control. It's on FlightSim.2. Essential aircraft instruments, any mobile device, notebook or PC. So it's a web server. Interesting. My word, who knew? So you could use that for long flights, and if you set it up with an IP address for your mobile phone tunneling through your router to home, oh my word. So you could control the autopilot from your phone while you're away from the computer, so you know, down the road or whatever. There'll be a bit of setting up to do with that, with, you know, forwarding ports and things, but oh my word. That's too funny. And it's free. It's a download on FlightSim.2, MSFS Mobile Companion app, and it's got nearly 5 out of 5 rating. Loads and loads of people. That's fantastic. Okay, we're just heading in towards Doncaster anyway. So So we'll land at Doncaster, pretend to fuel up. I'll install this application. So it's MSFS. I'll install it while we're flying. So I need to browser MSFS Mobile Companion App. Download now. Start download. There it comes. Open with show more options, 7-zip, extract here. Oh great. Control Z. No, I'm just going to delete that. I don't want to delete that. Delete. Show more, 7-zip. I wish people would put things in folders before they zip them up. I'm just going to sort this out. We're starting to turn unintentionally. Right, there's the airfield we're going to. While it's going on the way there, let's go and move this program. Control X, D, games, paste, MSFS Companion app. Right, let's run it and see what happens. Allow. Launch. It gives you a web interface. Okay. So yeah, so it's a web browser, which is what we suspected. And there we go. Oh my word. And you get the autopilot controls. That's mad. So you could just literally make that the right sort of size you want over here. Get that out of the way. Minimize that. So I've got a little web server now. Yeah, I know there's a Stream Deck mobile app, and the Stream Deck's really lovely because it's got the nice slick interface. So we're going to do a pretend refuel at Doncaster before setting this autopilot, and then that frees me up to go and run some chores, while I can then leave the aeroplane running under autopilot for a few minutes, or for an hour, while I go and get on with some things. Fantastic. So this program then, if I go map, that is absolutely awesome. And it's tracking the course as well. So we've got the comm radios, the autopilot, lights. It isn't reflecting everything accurately though, because I have got lights on, so it's not perfect. It doesn't work on the 247D. That's brilliant. Yeah, the 247D is wonderful, but it's hard work. I still haven't had an engine fire. I firmly believe it's because people aren't warming the engines up. They're spawning with the engines running, and they're not taxiing out, which gives it time to warm up. So we're going far too fast here. So let's do some high G turns to get rid of the speed. Look at the speed come off. So we're going to try and I really don't. This is why I wasn't coming into the big airfields. Look how big this runway is, and look how small and slow we are. We're going to be pulling off at the first taxi point. In fact, we could do a Harrison Ford and land on the taxiway, couldn't we? What app is that you are using? How do you mean? The one I've just launched that lets me control the autopilot? That was the companion app I found on FlightSim.2. It just runs a little web server. It's called MSFS Companion App. It's on FlightSim.2. Okay, flaps up. So we're just going to taxi round onto the taxiway. I'm not going to bother. This is we're just simulating this. I don't have to do the whole taxiing job. So we're going to fill the plane right to the top with fuel. So we used half our fuel on that part of the journey. So we've just got a jerry can out, filled the plane up with fuel, and we're going to take off and we're going to try out this autopilot trick with this companion app, and then we're going to go have some fun with. So I want to be travelling we figured out to stay in the centre of the country about 333 degrees or 325 to account for the wind. So we'll get this level to begin with because it's just using the wing levelling and stuff. So 325. Which is about there. And we autopilot, which goes for, was it Control T was for heading hold, Control H was for, sorry, Control H was heading hold, Control T was altitude hold. So that's working. So now we can try this out and see if it works. So autopilot. Okay, altitude. Sync, we're at 500. So let's go for bearing in mind there are some hills far up ahead of us. So we're going to go for 6,000 feet and set that. Vertical speed to get there. Turn that on. We climb at 500 feet a minute. Oh my word, and it's working. We've even got auto. This can't have auto throttle. That's just nuts. So yeah, you could open this port, couldn't you, on your router? And then let the mobile phone through. You'd have to go and set up an external IP, I guess, depending on your, how your provider works, or make, a nice Dyn DNS was it that used to work years ago, where you could set up a free domain name pointing temporarily at an IP address to give yourself a nice address. Presumably, let's just have a look at that command line app. What is it? What port is it on? Is it port 4000? Okay, so you'd have to let 4000 through your router if you wanted to see it from outside the house. Okay, so I've set that plane to go, and so we can essentially get rid of that distance measurement, remove distance measurement. So we're here, measure distance, That's the track we're going to be on. It's going to be about 3:30, isn't it? Based on the crosswind. And we just let it go at it. And that gives us at least an hour just to sit at the outside view and let this get on with flying itself. Oh my word. So what I can do is leave that on the outside view, and I will see you all in about an hour. But before I do that, I'm going to go and update social media. So I'm stepping out for an hour to run some errands. I have left the simulator in the capable hands of a wonderful utility I've just been told about, called MSFS Companion App, available from FlightSim.2, which allows many aircraft to operate with an autopilot even if they don't have one in the cockpit. Fingers crossed I get back before I run out of fuel. Right, post that. I should be back by about 2 PM BST 1300 UTC. So changes. Facebook. That is absolutely brilliant. I better post this same message in the live chat. I got back faster than I thought I would. So let's sort this out. So what happened there, as Patrick has highlighted in the live stream chat, is the airplane couldn't climb at 500 feet a minute. At about 6,500 feet, look at it. It ran out of beans. So that could have been improved by, I only needed about 25% air into the engine. Sorry, 25% fuel into the engine on the mixture, so it was running far too rich for this altitude. So if you go and look down here now, I've pulled the mixture all the way back and the engine's starting to sound a bit more healthy. And we're climbing again, look, we're up to 7,000 now. And we're getting some airspeed back, so if we tune out the vertical speed now, I mean this is pointless anyway, because now I'm back we can restart the route, so we haven't missed many airfields. We're going to go for Peterlee airfield now rather than our straight up the country, so I got back a lot more quickly than I thought, so we've only actually missed one airfield. So we're going to go for Peterlee airfield. We'll put that over there to one side. And we'll begin descending. We don't need the VFR map anymore. So we can see here, if we go and add a position to the flight plan, then it gives us a route to go. There is somebody up here with us. It's Patrick, Speed Pig. No, William, I set the altitude correctly. I forgot that as you get higher, you do need to keep manipulating the mixture into the engine. You need to restrict the fuel more and more and more. There is not enough air up here to burn the amount of fuel going into the engine. So you start to restrict the amount of fuel going into the engine. Obviously you can't control the air going into the engine, but you can control the fuel that's mixing with it. So as you get higher in altitude, you need less fuel going into the engine. No, I set it to 7.5. I was looking at the clouds just before I left the house, and I thought, I'll get to 7.5, because you wouldn't need oxygen in the aircraft until 8,000 anyway. But I was forgetting, this is only a little piston engine aeroplane, it's not a turboprop. Or is it actually? Thinking about it, it's got variable pitch. No, it's a piston engine aeroplane. I might have bought chocolate from the garage. So we're supposed to be going 32 degrees to get back towards Peterlee airfield. We're quite high, aren't we? But that Flight Sim Companion application is going to come in very useful for aircraft that don't outwardly have an autopilot, but that haven't disabled it entirely. So yeah, thank you very much for the shout out on that. That's going to be really good. I could swear I just saw an aeroplane. Where's it gone? It's a DA-62. Just went whistling past. So what's this airfield we're about to fly over? Durham. Going the wrong direction actually, but... I love the way the shadows fall from the clouds on the ground. It's very cool. Okay, I can see where Patrick is now. Somewhere over there. What is going on? Oh yes, it was. I was at 16,000 feet, so I was probably at the ceiling of the aircraft. So so that autopilot didn't stop. It just kept on with the vertical speed. It didn't go to a target altitude. Okay, good to know for the future. So back to the bike is asking if the planes always look better and if you even get the munching noises. Yeah, the rendering engine in Flight Simulator is just leagues better than X-Plane. It's hard to describe how much better it is, and it runs much faster on the same hardware. So it's doing all of this and running at probably twice the frame rate that X-Plane can manage on the same hardware, even with just stock X-Plane, without custom clouds that you would have to buy, without custom scenery you would have to buy. X-Plane cannot do what Flight Sim can do. Okay, it might behave slightly more accurately, but it's still a simulation. You know, it's still pretending to behave like an aeroplane. And you're always going to get the fanboys who have invested their money in one simulator or the other and are going to defend it to the nth degree, and all they're really defending is their decisions. So I've got no, you know, I own X-Plane 11. I used to use it all the time, and then Flight Sim came along and I dumped it. Because for what you get out of the box for free, if you tried to do it in X-Plane, would cost you thousands and thousands and thousands. And it still wouldn't look as good. And you could say that, oh, it's not fair that Microsoft or Asobo have got access to the Bing data. But then X-Plane have had how many years to sort this out, to get an agreement with somebody like Google? And again, it's not just the textures and the shape of the ground. There's a company that has been working with Asobo for 5 years to analyse the data, look for 3D structures and actually replace them. So this is much better than photogrammetry. If you've seen the photogrammetry around the cities, it isn't brilliant unless you've got a very high data connection and you're in a city that's got high quality photogrammetry scenery. The 3D structures are always better, and they've used artificial intelligence from a separate company that spent years refining this. The buildings are kind of a mixture of AI and autogen. So it's looking at the patterns on the ground and figuring out what's there. And it's not just looking at the photos to do that, it's using the isometric flyover data to do it as well, to figure out the shape of buildings. And okay, it doesn't always get it right, but it's doing it for the whole planet. Even things like the wind on the water, it's just stunning. And the waves rolling in on the shore. Will I get X-Plane 12? No, no way. X-Plane 12 is X-Plane 11 with puddles, and the quicker people wake up to that, the better. Yes, it's got a new lighting engine to try and get anywhere near this cloud, but again, Microsoft have got a huge deal with a company called Meteo Blue. This is their entire deal, is making the weather prediction based on what's been happening and then modelling it in 3 dimensions and giving it to Microsoft or giving it to Asobo to then render into the game. So they're a company that is working 24/7 to make this weather accurate to wherever you are in the world, to essentially be live based on real data. Okay, so heading towards Peterlee, I'm about to turn in for runway 30. The 30 left, by the look of it. So we should be able to see it. Famous last words. Too high and too fast, so let's try some drastic aerobatics in the this is an aerobatic plane, it's a 3D aerobatic trainer, so there's nothing to stop me doing a wing over to lose some altitude. Okay, let's put the nose to the left of the runway, drop the right wing and side slip our way down to lose altitude and speed in a hurry. So we're getting the nose up to get within the range of using flaps, which we have done, and then we dump the flaps and start descending like an elevator. This is still going to be very dodgy to do a touch and go. Straighten up. That was a bounce and go, really, wasn't it? Yeah, the only, just reading the live chat, the only real selling point that X-Plane has over Flight Sim anymore is just the their so-called blade element theory and the accuracy of it. It's not the be-all and end-all, because at the end of the day it's just another way of simulating. This is simulating by a different means, but it's not so different than the X-Plane method. So this is not working in the same way. It's not using lookup tables in the same way that it used to. It's got multiple points around the fuselage that are influenced by the airflow. So instead of just using the shape strictly, it's got kind of an imaginary shape that is programmed by the developer of the aircraft, that is then impacted by the airflow. Okay, so 340 degrees, 30 miles over to Eschot Airfield. So that's 340 on the compass, flying along the coast. Let's get the nose leveled out. Control. Let's see if can we cheat with this then. Let's say we want 340 on the compass, even though why would this have a heading bug? I guess it's for just a physical reference, isn't it? So we can press Control H, Control T and Control Z, and this thing will level itself out, and I can have a sip of my coffee now without having to control it. The pro community don't favour one sim over another. It's fanboy simmers, if you want to call them that, who have spent their money on one platform or the other, that get shirty about it. The real pilots don't really care. They see all of them as useful tools, and none of them really prepare you for the real thing. Because the real thing isn't just about flying an aeroplane. It's about procedures, it's about safety, it's about communication, and it's about knowing how things actually work. The actual flying of the aeroplane is the easy bit. The rest of it is the difficult bit. So we're still climbing. So if I press Control H, that's heading. Control T is heading hold. So there's no way of knowing if Control T doesn't work. This is maintaining 5 degrees nose up, unless that's what it did. I thought it was altitude hold, maybe it's attitude hold. That would make sense. So let's have a look. Let's just have a quick look at the key bindings. So if I put in autopilot and see what those key bindings were again. Autopilot. Attitude hold is Control T, that makes sense. Altitude hold isn't mapped. Okay. That's fine. Go back, resume. So if I press Control T again then, the nose will start to drop. So all I need to do is get the plane level. Or just hand fly it. It's more fun hand flying it, to be honest. Just reading what Stingray said about, I don't believe one should rely on a simulator game that is being used for recreational purposes as the only means of preparation. Absolutely. You should use, if you're going to use simulators, you use all of them. And you go flying in a real plane. If you can afford to, you know, have lessons and time, that's what you do. And yes, you can learn the kind of the memory of where things are, so your scan pattern around the instruments would be accurate, or you know, it would be helped if you are very aware of the type of aircraft you're going to be flying. Listen. One of the guys that flies with us regularly had the fortune to sit in the cockpit of an Airbus recently for an entire flight. The sim's just paused, by the way. He had the fortune to sit in the cockpit of an Airbus for a whole flight and watch the crew, and obviously he sat there silently just watching what was going on. And he flies sims a lot. He flies the Airbus a lot in Flight Simulator. He said the thing that struck him the most was the manner of the pilots and of the way they were doing things. He likened it to somebody driving a digger. That, you know, just the going through the motions of well practiced, you know, just procedures and going through the motions where nothing was a surprise, and if anything did kind of, you know, was out of the ordinary, they knew exactly what to do and were doing it ahead of it becoming any sort of issue. So that was the real training. But he said that it just shows, you know, we mess around with simulators and we fly along and we correct things as we're going along. But watching a real pilot that operates the same aircraft type day in, day out for commercial routes, they knew every nook and cranny of that aeroplane. They knew what everything did. They knew every workaround for everything. And they did it without fuss, without stress, without problem. They just worked through the procedures. You know, while talking to air traffic control, while confirming their actions with each other. And while using very, very accurate language to describe what they were doing. Ah, here comes Ryan. So you can hear from the horse's mouth now. But yeah, these games will teach you how to fly an aeroplane. And I've flown a real plane. The guy that used to live next door to me was going for type rating, and he needed hours, and therefore he needed funding. So I paid for a couple of hours worth of his flying and went with him. And while he was sorting out paperwork on the flight, because he knew I could fly a plane on the simulator, he handed the plane over to me. It was only a Cessna of some description. I can't even remember what type it was. No, it was low wing. I forget what it was now. But he said, if anything, I was controlling it too much by the instruments. So I was effectively, in visual conditions, flying the plane by the instruments. He said, which, you know, it was good. It was amazing to see that somebody could do that had never touched an aeroplane before. But there's, you know, you have to take feel into account and looking outside. You can't just stare at the instruments. You have to be scanning all the time for other air traffic. So you have to be able to fly by feel while looking around. But yeah, that was a bit of an eye-opener for me. So there I was flying almost like a robot, keeping the aircraft exactly where he'd asked me to keep it. You know, a specific altitude, a specific heading. Okay, how are we doing? I had a look the other day on the transmitter program about getting the transponder code into transmitter. It's quite tricky. I couldn't actually get it to pick the number up. I'm going to have to do some investigation. I think the library I'm using to talk to the SimConnect interface hasn't implemented it properly. I'll have to email the developer of that, and if he can't sort it, I'll have to rewrite the SimConnect code myself, which is easy enough. It's just I took a shortcut when I built transmitter. The transmitter was originally built in one lunchtime, and then it was polished up over the next few days, and it hasn't really changed since. I mean, okay, we added the Who's Online page to it. So when you go to Who's Online, this took about a few days to do properly. And that was really because I'd never used the Google Maps API before. So you can see there's me flying along. I can click on myself, there I am. And you can see everybody else that's flying. Oh, because a few people on now. 26 people. Very cool. But yeah, transmitter hasn't really changed since I first wrote it. And because I didn't really need, it was only for GA aircraft really, transmitter, but lots of people have ended up using it for ATC with the big jets. And several people have asked me, could I get the transponder codes to appear on Little Nav Map? So when you look at the info for an airplane, you see the transponder code. And I'd never bothered before, so I've been having a look at the programming for that. I'm also going to have a look and see if I can pick up the flight plan data from inside the simulator and pick up the departure and destination airfields if you have a flight plan, because that might be quite nice to see as well. Yeah, the Bulldog's good. I bought it, so I went and put the money down in the end. I knew I was going to yesterday, but I went and bought it, and it's been really good. The only thing I don't like is this animation of the nose, where obviously if you change the throttle level, if I do that, you'll see the animation changes. So it's just a timing thing with the animation, but that's the only thing I don't like about it. Otherwise, it's actually really good, and it flies really nicely. The ground handling is great. The model's quite good. It's not the best model ever, but the textures are very good. I think Av Angel did a review and she was complaining, so yeah, you can see those bits of texture that aren't really brilliant, but you're really picking holes to, you know, complain about that. It's interesting that each different version of it available, there's about 6 you get with it, they've all got different cockpit layouts, so it's obviously, it was built with completely different layouts for different customers. So the the private version of it has got the 6-pack of dials over here. The RAF version has got the 6-pack in the middle because obviously it was used for training, so the instructor can see the same dials as the student without using up all of the, or without duplicating dials then. Have we got any VOR stations along this piece of coast? Not until further up. SAB up by Edinburgh. Okay, I need to get ready to come into Eschalt airfield. There's hardly any wind, but we'll go for runway 26, I guess. So I need to turn left a bit and start tracking across to it. I've flown one of these when I was in the air training corps, just after they stopped using the Chipmunk. She's still not talking to me, by the way. I don't know what I did. You can open the canopy, by the way, if anyone's coming into the stream late. The canopy, you can unlock the window down here, and you can open the canopy while you can even do it while you're flying along. Well, I guess you'd have to. There's stories of people doing spin training in these and putting them in the ground and having to jump out. So apparently the RAF used to make sure. Oh my word! I have caused critical damage by opening the window while I was flying along. But I opened it earlier and got away with it. So, that wouldn't be critical damage. That's ridiculous. You might wreck the hinges. Or rip it. Oh, I guess it could take the tailplane off, couldn't it? So where am I going to? Eschot. Where did we get to? We're up here somewhere. There's Patrick. If I come in here and file, save flight plan, file, save flight plan for flight simulator, save it in the downloads folder, and then file, open. No, sorry, I need to do it in here, don't I? But I need to get rid of everything before Eschot. So window, flight plan toolbar. No, that's not that. It's the. If I reset the window layout to default, then I get everything back. And I can close that, close that, close that. Then we can go for Eschot, and I've lost the mouse now. And get rid of everything before it. So we took off from Land's End. We've gone all the way through these. Peter Lee Airfield. There we go. So delete those. File, save, flight plan for flight simulator. Save. And then come back in here and go to more and load. And load from this PC, go to the downloads folder from Eschot. There's my, don't worry about the user points. Oh look, there's some, it really doesn't like that, does it? There's some waypoints it doesn't like. Okay, so we won't be doing that flight plan. So if we just remove the destination, that will clear it out, and we'll go and choose. Here's the liveries, by the way, of the Bulldog. So should we get a different one, or should we go with the RAF one again? Let's get the test and development aircraft, and put ourselves on. Oh, we don't want to be on a runway. We want to be in the parking. Whoops. Fly. Yes, I have damage on. I completely forgot, and I opened the canopy while we were flying along. I got away with it earlier though. Maybe I was going much slower earlier. No, I haven't tried the blue GPS button. What does it do? Okay, we're back on the ground. So this is the test and development version. It's got a slightly different paint job, but it looks internally to be very similar to the RAF one. Certainly the instruments are in similar locations. Okay, so master battery, alternator, avionics master switch, pitot heat, mixture to full, throttle to 10%, magnetos to both, and start the engine. Okay, what happened there? And the sim's paused. This is getting worse, isn't it? Every time you load in now, or today, within seconds or minutes it paused. There we go, it's behaving now. I think that was just the sim being a so-and-so. Okay. Nav lights. Lower red, upper white on the anti-collision lights. Let's see where I am on the airfield, and we continue on our way. So we've just done the virtual, we'll just double back on ourselves then. We've only got a 4 knot wind. We can take off with that. So, parking brake off. Flaps to takeoff position. Full throttle. To remember, I'm just down to less than half a tank of fuel as the default takeoff amount. Rotate. And hold the climb. Flaps up. And we're cooking on gas again. So did transmitter didn't disconnect, but I've just reconnected it anyway. So we're going to turn to 320 degrees now and fly across the hills. Click the little blue placard. Garmin. Oh, that's cheating. That's funny. See, I haven't even read the documentation yet. I only bought it this morning. That is brilliant. So a touchscreen Garmin. So we can put the legs in. So I'll just pull the throttles back then. Active flight plan. Yeah, we're not going to EGFL. delete a waypoint? Yes, we can. So we're going from EGFL to EGFQ. Oh, this is cool. EGFQ. F. I can never use these keyboards. Enter. And from there we are going to, let me just turn us slightly. EGFQ, EGNK next. EGNK, enter. What I'll do is make this smaller. Oh no, because it won't. It'll disappear behind as soon as I click on this, won't it? EGNK, EGPJ, EGPJ. Enter. EGPT. EGEO. Oops. It's funny, I had a conversation with somebody about flying the old Boeing the other day, and said, yeah, even though you can fly these planes in the simulator that have got nothing in the cockpit to navigate, in reality, even anybody today flying any of these aeroplanes would have a mobile phone in their pocket with an electronic flight bag app on their phone to do essentially this. EGPC is WIC, so this is going off beyond John O'Groats. EGPC, it should come up with WIC, and it has. Enter. EGZQ, Flotter. EGZQ. Enter. EGPA for Kirkwall. EGPA Kirkwall. Let's turn the centering off on this. We're turning, aren't we? EGER, Stronsay. EGER, enter. Stronsay. EGES is Sunday. EGEN, North Ronaldsay. EGPB, Sunberg. EGET, Tingwall. EGPM's Scatster. up. And EGPW Unst. EGPW. That should be the end of our route. And then we can come back out here, go to map now, and zoom out and see where we're going. Brilliant. So now we can just concentrate on flying. And maybe go a bit lower, so we don't have to see where we're going all the time. So what is it, 2 o'clock now? I've got until and about another 2 or 3 hours of this, and then have a break, go in and have some dinner, and then I've got to go and do a group flight at 8 o'clock British summer time, which is 7 or 1900 hours UTC. We're flying around the coast of Wales this evening. Let's have a look at this paint job properly then from outside. This is the development colours of the Bulldog. I love that it's got the GPS. I haven't read the instructions yet, so I didn't know that was there. That's a nice surprise. What does 3D vision do then? Very cool. So that gives you the low vis guidance. That is very, very cool. I like that. And that just switches it back off. Brilliant. This has suddenly become my favourite aeroplane in the simulator, I think, because of that. Presumably it can't show us wind though, can it? It's just a direction finding. Yeah. Unless it can do waypoint info. Select waypoint. Yeah, that's not what we want. Okay, that's fine. Am I flying this tonight? Very possibly. Because it does go fast enough. If I go absolutely flat out, it will do 140 knots, which was the requirement for tonight to do the route inside 2 hours. So it will creep up to about 140 if I go flat out, full beams on the engine and the mixture at low level. And obviously it can go to 180 knots before it will fall to pieces. So it's not a concern about staying below 140 for the yellow area on the airspeed indicator. I think the thing it's easy to forget about this plane is it is an aerobatic plane. It's a 3D aerobatic aircraft, so you can throw it around and put it through some pretty serious G-forces. There's a G-meter. And it shows you the G's you've thrown. I'll have to go and look in the book to see what the maximum G's are, but I think they're pretty high. I think you're more likely to stall the aeroplane or stall the airframe before you will hit a maximum G's. So we can go and do some treetop flying, RAF style. Nice and stable though, but then it's not going very fast, I guess. So, monostripe zebras on about the canopy damaging the aircraft. Yeah. Earlier on in the flight, I was only flying along at about 90 knots, I think, and I got away with opening it at that speed, or 80 or 90 knots, and it was fine. So obviously I was doing, I don't know, 120, and it wrecked it. Okay, we're coming up to the next airfield, so let's go and have a look at the wind and see. So Jeff is ahead of us. So there's a 5-knot wind from the west, and there is a... No, it's not really an official runway, is it? But there's a tiny little runway we could use, or we could go for 19, I guess. So if we did a left pattern into 19, or left circuit, I should say, and actually try and come in a bit slower and lower than I have been, because it's, yeah, it's not been great. Yay, we're getting into some hills at last. The middle of the UK is so flat. She's really not talking to me after I ripped the canopy off. Water. Oh, we're getting near 280. Better not go too close. It's fast, isn't it, when it wants to be? Oh dear, I think as this flight goes on over the next couple of hours, the weather is going to become interesting. We had bright sunshine earlier in the day over the south of England. There was a little bit wispy cloud leaving Cornwall, but I think we're not going to get away with it for too much longer. Let's keep an eye on the fuel as well. I'm going to have to land for, or fill up with fuel at one of the airfields along the way. We're down to 5 gallons per tank, which is probably good for another 100 miles, to be honest. I presume this comes with the... where is it? I'll look it up later. I'm just saying I presume it comes with the documentation when you install it. Okay, so we're just coming up to the airfield. To get a more detailed view, obviously we can look on little nav map and see it, so we can see Jeff sat there on the apron of runway 19. I never think to take any screenshots during these flights. I really should, shouldn't I? Well, I say that now, and the weather's closed in. There's no sunshine glinting off it. It's a really dull... Anyway. Okay, so we need to start turning and thinking about the approach. do this somewhat properly this time, instead of just messing around. We're going to enter the circuit from the south. Let's get up to 1500 feet on our way into the circuit. First idiot to delete from the chat. Done pretty well today so far. Hide user in the channel. Okay. So let's turn through 90 degrees. Top of the airfield. Didn't really plan that. I got distracted looking at the idiot that was spamming the channel. So we'll just fly out a little way and turn back in, do our touch and go and carry on. So much for doing the circuit properly, having been distracted. Okay. Quite a long leg coming up. heading up towards East Fortune Airfield and North Berwick. And across to Fife, then Scone, then across the hills to North Cornwall. Oh, there's a group flight happening up there. Wonder if we can intercept them. They'll probably be long gone. They might be coming down to Scone actually, looking at that. Unless they're just following the river. They could come around by Fort William, I guess. Yeah, they're doing a sightseeing tour by the look of it. So these are all users using transmitter. So this is the huge advantage on a group flight. You get to see where everybody is in this nav map. Okay. We won't worry about them until we are leaving the next airfield, in which case we're either going to go... Oh look, there we go. There's our companion for the last little while on the route is just past us. He's in a faster aeroplane than us. If we look on the map we can see that. Oh no, we can't. Oh yeah, we can because it's Jeff, yeah. There we go. You can see. Chris Kinghouse, hang on, I'll read these in order. Rudy Fatal, hi Jonathan, how is the flight going? It's going. We have been going quite some time now, so if we zoom out, you can see there is a gap. We had an issue with the canopy. But otherwise, we took off at Land's End, 8:30 this morning, and we're still going. We filled up once already, or twice actually now, sorry. And we're on our way to East Fortune on the edge of the Firth of Forth in Scotland. So we've officially left England now and we're in Scotland. Chris King, what if they're enemy combatants? Open fire. Where that happens. Hi Jonathan, thanks so far. Nice flight as always. Bye. You're welcome. Yeah, the weather really is closing in, isn't it? I think it's going to be quite horrendous the further north we go. Although, looking up ahead, we can cheat in a way. If we go and run windy.com in a browser, we can go and have a look. Because remember, this is the live weather in Flight Simulator. So we're just coming up to Edinburgh on the edge of the Firth of Forth. But we can pull up the clouds as well. And yeah, it's going to be broken cloud coverage all the way now. And if we do carry on all the way out to the Shetland Islands, that's going to be interesting. So if we go for wind, and let's have a look at the wind, so you actually see it animated on the map with windy.com. So you can see there's nothing too bad actually. Obviously over here is a different story. Thankfully we're not over there. They like their wind farms out here, don't they? She might need a thicker jumper in a bit. Oh, I've got invisible legs. What's my guy wearing if I look from outside? See, he's got his coat on, he's got a big puffer jacket. I think she needs one, doesn't she? I wonder if you can change their clothes. Turn it into The Sims. So we go and see how that other group flight is doing. Yeah, they're following down, look, they're coming sightseeing. I imagine they might be coming down to do a touch and go at North Connell. I'm not sure where they might go next. Glasgow maybe, in Edinburgh. Or maybe they're just following the They might carry on round the headland. Or maybe Islay. Campbelltown, Isle of Arran. Who knows? Patch of sunlight bursting through the clouds over there. Looks quite spooky, doesn't it? For time, 2:30 in the afternoon. So yeah, we've been going for about 6 hours so far. My word, it's been an adventure, and we're not finished yet. Let's start descending to this airfield. down here. Okay, I need to lose some altitude and speed. wartime airfield, isn't it? It's been converted for civil aviation. So do we use the Second World War dirt airstrip, or do we carry on down and use the piece of paved area right at the very end? Oh, Leah's appeared in the live chat. Who's that with you? She hasn't been talking to me for hours. I don't know what I've said. The bounce and go. Okay. Next leg is across the Firth of Forth. Now, should we go and have a look first and see where that other flight group was going on transmitter? See if we can intercept them. And oh, they're a long way away. Yeah, they're 100 miles away. So our next target is 306 degrees to Fife. So 306. So we're looking at the compass now. Get the vertical speed correct. Flaps are up. And wind 6 knots from the west. So we probably want just less than 306 degrees, but we'll get there. So yeah, anybody that's coming in late to this is the Scottish Aviation Bulldog in Microsoft Flight Simulator, and I've got it in the test colours of the prototype aircraft, I guess. Test and development aircraft, which is the same layout in the cockpit as the RAF version, but the commercial versions that were sold to, I guess, to members of the public and to flying schools are different. They've got the 6-pack of instruments right in front of the pilot, and they've got some duplicates over on the co-pilot seat, or the instructor seat. Doesn't look happy with me, does she? She hasn't smiled for hours. Doesn't get my jokes, I suppose. Okay, so we're coming up for 2,500 feet. We'll level out for about 2,500 then. We're still heading for just over 300 degrees, which is fine. Did I say the wind was out of the west? Okay, so we probably need to be under 300 degrees to hold the trek over to Fife. So we're going to be over the water for a few minutes. First time we've been over water today. We've been over land all the way. We are going to have to get some fuel at Fife. We're getting quite low. We're down to about 3.5 gallons per wing. Let's just level out before we get too much higher. we put it on an outside view while it's stable. So let's get the aircraft so it's not climbing. It keeps wanting to climb all the time. It's done it all the way. So we're out over the Firth of Forth. Further up the estuary, you will be able to see. Oh, you're too far away. There's the Forth Bridge at Edinburgh. That's quite interesting that they've rendered the GPS is down in there, so they render the whole thing from outside as well. That's very cool. And we're rotating. Just thought that might happen. So Jeff, you're out there somewhere. You need... Oh, I can see you now. I was going to say you need to put your nav lights on, but I can see them. You're way out in the distance down there. I'm climbing again, aren't I? Let's get rid of some of this height and convert it into speed. Coming down at 1,000 foot a minute. Okay, we should be able to see the airfield very soon. It's probably up there, isn't it? With a wind farm right in the middle of it. Just hasn't rendered it yet. Maybe not. Wait and see when we get there. So there's a lake and it's to the right of the lake. There's some lakes over there. So is it out there? Really not happy, is she? She's not smiling. Oh, we're going to be shot at. So that will be our fellow aviator who's been flying along for quite a bit of the route now. This is one of the huge advantages of Flight Simulator over X-Plane, by the way. It's multiplayer. It's built in. It can handle 30-40 airplanes without breaking a sweat. And it doesn't really affect frame rate either. It's yeah, and look how smooth it is. It's very, very good. It is pretty much a game changer over and above what X-Plane can do. And this is coming from somebody who's flown group flights with X-Plane for years and had nightmares with things like Join FS. Okay, so we're coming over the top of Fife. We're looking for the airfield and we're slowing down. Can I actually spot the airfield this time is the question. There it is. Hurrah! Seen it this time. Right, let's get rid of some of this speed. And I need to remember to put some fuel in the plane. So we're going to pretend to have stopped and put some fuel in. We're a lot heavier now. Okay, we're climbing out. I hope we don't run out of daylight before we get up to the top of Scotland. It'd be a shame not to get to John O'Groats in before that happens. So we're heading north. Let's have a look at the map. 343 degrees, but there's a 6-knot crosswind, so 340 probably. Over to Scone. So, how are we doing on vertical speed? Almost on 0. See how well I can hold it there. Seems to be pretty well balanced. So there's a huge hill we're going past. It's probably famous in the local scenery. Let's have a look, see if it has a name. This is the Lamond Hills Regional Park. West Lamond Hill Cairn, it's called. Or Lomond, isn't it? Loch Lomond. So West Lomond Hill Cairn. So we're over the hills now. The group flight has stopped at North Connell. Some of them are still flying circuits, but we're going over there in a minute. We're going to Scone first, and then we'll meet them. If they're on the same server as us, they may not be. Where the group flight is going next. They've stopped for a break. Whenever we do group flights, we stop for a break at halfway, and quite often people will fly circuits while they're waiting. That appears to be what's going on over there. That's 70 miles away though, so got a long way to go across the water. Is there any airfields? There's nothing near, so we're just going to fly along, look at the scenery along the way, I guess. So, wind is 6 knots, so we'll go runway 27. Go and get a coffee in a bit. Oh yeah, tiring work this aeroplane, or pretend aeroplane flying. Okay, let's start looking out for the airfield. If we scoot into the middle of the cockpit, somewhere over here. So we are going to approach parallel almost to the runway, which is this one. So let's come off the throttle now. Interesting patterns where they've had the irrigation kit in the field. Oh, fine. Okay. Flaps. Very unconventional approach. Okay, accelerate. Rotate. Flaps up. Is that the steerman I see ahead of me? I think it might be. I think a steerman could out dogfight this thing 10 times over. Biplanes have an absolutely fearsome turning circle. But we can try and fly formation for a bit. I can't even keep up with it. Steerman is incredibly quick. So who is it? No, it's not somebody running transmitter. Can't go slow enough. I want to go full flaps. I really can't go slow enough. And stall limit just to go near it. Now I've got it under control. Okay, enough messing about. So we are heading, let's have a look at the map, across Scotland. Ah, have I got a EGEO? I've got it missing, haven't I? Waypoints. Flight plan. EGPT. EGEO is missing. So can we not move these? Okay, so we have to do it further up. So go to that one. Insert waypoint. E, G, P, O. Enter. And it's done it in the wrong place. Okay, so we have to do the previous one. Remove waypoint. EGPT. Insert waypoint. EGPO. Enter. That's it. Put the right code in after all of that. EGEO, not EGPO, not idiot. Map, flight plan, EGPO, remove, EGPT to EGEO. EGEO. Enter. That's better. So just looking at a little nav map, they are heading down towards Cumbernauld by the look of it. Oh well. We're going to go flying through the hills along the way. Finally, the scenery is going to get interesting. Only took, how many? 6-7 hours to get to the interesting scenery. Okay, I'm going to cut the engines back a little bit. Actually get some scenery to watch now, which would be cool. So this range of hills we're about to enter do they have a collective name? So there's Loch Tay. Chonsey even, Loch Turret Reservoir. So we're going to follow this and come out on Loch Tay, follow along that valley, and we'll just follow the valleys along the way. It's the easiest way, isn't it? So let's make this a bit more fun for ourselves. Go down this valley over here to get into the valley. Finally, this aeroplane is going to start earning its keep. And the sim's paused. Hurrah. Is that like the hourly pause then, maybe, that the sim does? It pushes upon people. Like I said, I think we'll probably find we're in between airfields. And it's changing the meta. Yep, there it goes. At the same time it happens, when it pauses, it resets the multiplayer. But apparently the next big update to the simulator is only going to address bugs, so hopefully things like that might disappear. We'll see. Oh, now I know I've got the flight planner. That's fantastic. Being able to do the flight plans in this aircraft. It's going to be great fun. Whoa! Okay, I hit an invisible object. Great. Main menu. Unbelievable. I hit something that wasn't there. That's always the risk with flying low level with the damage on. So where were we? We were just north of EGAU. So if I put in EGAU and I put in here, set as departure and flight. That's incredibly annoying, isn't it? I'm not going to turn the damage off specifically for that reason. Otherwise you can hit invisible things in the sim and it's just annoying. It depends when they build the scenery, if there's a bounding box there that you can't see, which happens actually quite often. Right, ready to fly, and we're back up and running. So we should be okay. Let's just sort out where we are. We were along here, weren't we? So what I'm going to go and do is go and turn the damage off, because it's just too dangerous with messing around on one of these live streams. So we go to, is it flight model, crash realism? Why is that not available? Realistic. Okay, we'll leave it as it is, but we'll fly sensibly. I think we were a bit further along here, weren't we? Because there was the water. Yeah, here we go. go. So tip number 1, with full damage on, don't go near the bounding boxes of objects that you can't see. So just keep a healthy distance away. So William Kelly says, yeah, 6 hours and I just hit an invisible bounding box around something. So we'll see. Of course, we've now lost our flight plan, which is really frustrating. So we are heading for EGEO. EGEO. Enter. Some more waypoints in a few moments. XBRO. Or shall we fly along Loch Ness instead? Yeah, let's do that instead. Delete that. Why can't we remove that? There we go. Delete that. When we get to North Cornwall, we're going to fly the length of Loch Ness into Inverness. Add to flight plan Inverness. That'll be a bit more fun, won't it? So we need to check some of these then. North Cornwall EGO, we've got that. EGPE is next. So that's going to be a bit laborious, but let's just get on with this and do it again. EGPE. EGPC, EGPC, EGZQ, EGZQ. EGPA, EGER, EGER. Of course we'll have no fuel again because this only half fills itself. EGES, EGEN, keep ourselves away from this hillside. EGPB, EGET, EGPM, EGPW, EGPM, EGPM, EGPW, W. Enter. Okay, that's that done. So we can just put that in map mode and zoom out a bit so we can see where we're going. And then we can concentrate on flying again. Oh, so when it does collision detection, when you have on full realism, which I've got it switched on, if you imagine when you have an object like a tree, there is like an invisible box around it. So obviously the aeroplane, the simulator can't do the collision on which leaf of the tree you hit, because the processing power required would be enormous. So what applications like this tend to do is each object will have a box that it sits within that defines its outer dimensions. It's for the same reason you can't go too near things like the the cliffs in Arizona, for example, that you will hit them if they've got any custom modelling on the front of them, because there's an invisible box around that custom modelling. So yeah, a lot of the trees, you can actually hit the tree without being too near the branches. You could be 3 or 4 feet away and it counts it as a hit. So I'm staying at a respectful distance now. And we'll put some more fuel back in to pretend that didn't just happen. And the nose is dipping with the weight of the fuel. So should have a look from outside. It's ridiculous, isn't it? This simulator looks like a photograph sometimes. Should be quite spectacular when we turn up and go through Loch Ness. I haven't got the lights on. What have I missed? Nav lights on. Lower red, white, red. There we go. So now I have lights so people can see them. So if we go and look on the map, you can see Lee is now behind me down this valley. So we're going to follow down here, and there should be a turning at the end at Crianlarich. And we'll turn right there and head towards North Connell along the valleys. They're not tremendously high hills. We could go straight line it across the top and get a bit of a view of the hills from above. Should we climb out a little way? Let's go full throttle and full mixture for a few moments. And get some idea of the hills in the distance. Just stay below the cloud base, I guess. Then we can straight line it, which would make it nice and easy. Maybe going between the peaks rather than along the valley bottoms. At least you get something to look at then as we fly over the various valleys. So coming up to 2,500 feet. Yeah, you get to see much nicer sights, look, when you've got a little bit of altitude. So let's have a look on the map and see where we are. I can get rid of the flight planning out of the way. Incredible scenery, isn't it? She's still not talking to me. She's probably not talking to me because I've written off about 4 planes today. Wouldn't it be funny if Asobo snuck an update into it so the co-pilot can talk and comes out with stuff at drastic situations? Well done. Of course you're a numpty at opportune moments. So we're going to go in between these peaks, which will be interesting. What altitude are we up to? 2,500. So we're not very high. That is some spectacular scenery though, isn't it? Evening clouds. Why are you still live? Aren't you tired? A little bit. I have had a couple of breaks during the day. I went off and made some lunch at one point, and then somebody told me about a wonderful autopilot facility for aircraft that don't have autopilots, or for most of them anyway. So it went on that for half an hour while I went and ran some errands. But otherwise, yeah, I've been in and out during the day, so when I've been quiet, sometimes I haven't actually been here. I just let the plane fly along on its own for a few moments. Any VOR stations around? OBAR 110.55. See what we get on it. 110.55. And we get distance measuring. Obviously it's not a directional beacon. So if we go show information for DME Oban, there we go. It's got a 38-mile range and we've picked it up at 15 miles out. I think we'll go to the left of this hill. Or should we go? No, let's go through the mountain pass. Make it a bit more fun. We'll start climbing now. Rather than decide or discover that we can't climb steep enough when we're in the valley. Which would be a disaster. So I'm at full throttle at the moment. Watching the speed bleed off and we're just holding the altitude. See, we've got our route through already. So we'll get our climbing done early in case we can't make it. Yeah, so evening clouds in the live chat is saying the Cessna 120 doesn't have an autopilot. Just out of interest, press Ctrl Z and see if it switches on, even though it doesn't have it in the cockpit. And don't be surprised if it does switch on. In which case, as somebody told me earlier today on the live stream, you can still use the key bindings for the autopilot. So Ctrl H is heading mode, or heading hold, sorry. Ctrl T is attitude hold. Ctrl Z will toggle the autopilot on or off. Hooray, there's some more people joining us. So I'm being accompanied now by Visual Purple, who's off to my right wing. I'm not sure what aircraft he has over there. It may not be what it appears, it may be a Spitfire or something. Well, that's some scenery, isn't it? Whoa. That's stunning. So I should be turning left here. Following down this estuary. So we'll look at the map. Yeah, so we follow the Loch Ness. It's probably not how you pronounce it. So this is Craig down here, this tiny little village. The next one is Bonor, which is down on this corner. That's Ballure. So let's come off the throttle and descend. Look over the nose, that's Ballure. As we come around the corner, there's not much else to see until we get to Connell, which is out on the end of the headland. Okay, let's have a look at the wind for North Connell. So Lee and Saren are with us as well, some of the other guys that I fly group flights with regularly. So we're all going to be doing the trip along, or hopefully the trip along Loch Ness together. There is no wind, so we can go for runway 01. Which lines up for the next part of the trip. And I guess climbing out of North Connell will go to the left side of the hill, I guess, and follow into Loch Crennan. Or straight over Loch Linney and then straight down past Fort William. And then you've got Loch Ness in the middle there. Mark has appeared in the live chat. Yes, it's a Spitfire. Okay, I ought to get a little bit of height and lose some speed. Two of the other guys are coming in. And we head straight for Loch Ness. Oh, sorry, Fort William and then Loch Ness. Keeping a distance from the trees from now on. Don't fancy smashing half the plane off on them. So this was Loch Crennan, I think, wasn't it? And this is Loch Ness over here. So let's have a look. Crennan, sorry. Loch Linney. Then Loch Eel. Loch Lochy. Loch Lochy. Is that like Boaty McBoatface? The weather's closing in. This starts raining. Oh my word. I have to go and have a look on windy.com, see what the chances of rain are. I've still got it running. No. thunder. No, it's okay. There's patches, but nothing too drastic. Now, I think there's a grass airstrip along here by Fort Augustus. Yeah, I've landed at it before. I'm just going to overfly today and go straight down to Inverness. I think we might actually cut short because I've got to do some other things today at some point. If we get to Wick and do the circle of John O'Groats, then we have got from one end to the other of the mainland, rather than carry on for the next 100 miles or so. Whoops, have to look where I'm going. Maybe we'll do a touch and go at Fort Augustus. It's a bit too tempting, isn't it? EGVZ. So if you look in here at the flight plan, it's after where we are at the moment. That was EGEO. And we want to add EGVZ. And there we go. And put this back into map mode. And zoom out a little bit, and then we can see it. I can hear the steerman. I can't see it. unless it was a crash. Oh no, there it is. It's just coming out of a loop or something. Okay, let's concentrate and watch the views along the way. It's pretty spectacular, this part of the world. So again, it's worth reiterating, anybody that's watching this got Xbox, sorry, that's got X-Plane, you get this for free. The weather generation, that's live weather, the scenery, it's all free. It comes with the sim. This is a payware aeroplane, but it's not drastically better than planes that come with the simulator. The multiplayer is part of the sim, it comes with it. It's ridiculous. Look at the quality of the scenery. It's absolutely insane. We're coming up for 4 o'clock. This is now into the, how many is that? Half 8, half 9, 10, 11, 12, half 1, half 2, half 3, half 4. So when we get to half 4, it will be 8 hours. So that will probably take us up to John O'Groats. So I think I'll circle John O'Groats and land there at the airfield near. So we're just making our way along here. So when we get to Wick, I'll go circle John O'Groats and then land at Wick, and we'll call it a day. Should get there on this tank of fuel. Maybe. This Bulldog has become Trigger's broom. It's the 3rd Bulldog of the day, I think. Or was it the 4th? I can't remember. Look how clever the water effects are. See some barrel rolls going on behind me. Okay, so this is Fort William we're just coming past. So let's have a look from outside. Fort Augustus. is, yeah, there's the next lock up here on the left. So we need to go this way. Keep an eye on this map now. Grinder 1 has been watching since about 10 o'clock. Oh my word. Well, it's one way of learning how to fly the Bulldog, isn't it? It's just to do a 9-hour live stream. Not that I've really learnt much. Going from A to B doesn't really teach how the plane flies. I haven't done any stall testing, haven't done any spins, haven't done anything with it really. Okay, so there's an airfield coming up in a moment, which I'm going to do a touch and go at. Let's just go and double check the wind. There's a 5-knot wind. That could be a problem. So we'd have to double back to do the touch and go. Okay, that's fine. So we'll stay to the left side of the valley on the way up there. And then just double back and do a loop to do the touch and go. Loop around. We get a bit more height, you can get a better view from altitude, can't you? There's a comment in the live stream. You've learnt how to crash it. I really have. I don't think I've ever stressed it though, at any point. I opened the canopy when I shouldn't have. Okay, maybe that's overstressing it. And I guess you can argue that hitting a tree is overstressing it, but I didn't actually hit the tree. I hit the invisible box around the tree. I was actually nowhere near the tree. So yeah, gaining a little bit of altitude along here. We'll get to see across the hilltops, which is always good. Don't want to get too high, knowing that I've got to come back down for the touch and go at Fort Augustus. Patrick Hurley said, have you ever flown or considered flying a plane before? I want to one day, despite the prices for ongoing lessons and my terrible fear of heights. I have flown a plane before. I was mentioning earlier that my next door neighbour was a qualified pilot, and he was going for the next type rating. He needed to get a number of hours, so he was looking for anybody to help fund him the hours in the aeroplane. So I went up with him And while we were flying along, he put me in control of the plane. He'd seen me flying on the simulator before, because we talked about flying and stuff. This was years ago though, back around Flight Simulator 95 maybe. And yeah, he put me in control of the plane, and I was quite happy flying along, controlling it, and did a couple of turns and flew us, the direction and altitude he wanted us to fly at. And it allowed him actually to get on with some paperwork, with getting the plans ready to revise where we were going and to make some decisions. But it was interesting because he watched me with what I was doing, and I was flying. I was blindly following the instruments and effectively doing instrument flight, which meant I wasn't scanning outside. So the part of my skill set that was missing just by flying on the instruments was doing the scan outside, of looking around, and while doing so flying the plane on feel. Is the flight plan for this available anywhere? No. I can upload it though. I'll put it in the forum. If you hang on a second, if you go to, well, you're going to see me go there, virtual flight, virtue, that's brought up virtual flight online. If I go in the forum and I go into invitations, and you will see there is a fly the length of the UK, you're welcome to join me, which I've been commenting along in the day. And I don't think I uploaded the flight plan, did I? So here's the flight plan, and we should be able to go. Oh, I have to do this as a proper reply to get the controls. Here we go. So let me just straighten the plane up, and we can add an attachment to this and add files, and Land's End to Unst. Done. I thought, oh yes, put it in as an attachment. Okay, so I can edit the attachments, so I don't need to say that, and I can say create post. So now you've got a downloadable copy on the forum. So if you go to the Virtual Flight Online forums, go to the invitations channel, which is where I posted about me doing this route, and look at the flying the length of the UK, and scroll down and you will find the downloadable flight plan. And I've become lost while I was talking about that. Way. So that's Loch Ness out ahead of us. Huge loch. Let's go Nessie hunting, shall we? A Loch Ness monster. Oh, that looks a bit dark up inside those clouds, doesn't it? Yes, we are in the north of Scotland. We're heading towards the end of the journey. So we took off 8:30 this morning, and you can see the whole map on this nav map here. So I can get rid of that. If I reload where we were, file, open flight plan, don't want to save what I've got, and look in downloads, that was the original plan. But we have cut off and are going via Inverness and Fort Augustus, so we're not doing the original plan entirely, and we're going to stop at Land's End because it's been going on for so many hours already. Okay, so I've got far too high while I've been talking. And I've picked up ATIS on the com radio. So where is the com radio switches? Oh, here it is down here, look. VHF. So we'll just turn that off. So there's a little runway down here which I would love to go and have a go at landing at. Or doing a touch and go at on our way. So just keep an eye on the airspeed. So we dive down through this valley and then circle in and go for a touch and go. I think I've refueled 3 times so far. Andy's just asking. And how much have we got left at the moment? We've got about enough probably to get to the other end of Scotland. So I need to lose some speed. So if I go too low and then lift the nose, because that's where we're going to do our touch and go, just over there. Someone's doing a downwind. Oh, you lunatic. And they've gone through the trees. Yeah, you really can't do that. So I managed to lose all my speed, which is great. Seems to be in the middle, not along the line. Okay. Keep out of the way of the to avoid each other. That wasn't what it appeared to be. It was a Spitfire. It's a great friend called Mark. He loves flying the warbirds. There he is, got down in one piece. We need to avoid the trees. Okay, Loch Ness is next. I think after this flight today I'm officially going to be on a flight simulator holiday for a few days. Oh, there goes the steerman. He was there a moment ago. Where'd he go? Oh, he's behind me. Yeah, that thing is so manoeuvrable, it's not even funny. The sim isn't perfect, but you can see the repeating pattern in the water at certain zoom levels. But there you can see the grid pattern. It doesn't always do it, but certain zoom levels it does, and it's really, it destroys the illusion. Okay, let's just level out. How far do we have left to go? So I've got about 6 gallons, 7 gallons left in each wing. I might make it. So if I measure distance from here to Wick, oh, it's 90 miles, there's no way. I'm going to have to stop at Inverness to get some fuel, which was on the flight plan anyway, I think. So that wasn't. So delete that one. delete that one. So next stop Inverness to get some fuel. So we're not going to make it in one go. This weather's getting scarier and scarier, isn't it? I don't think it's going to get a cloud burst though. The weather forecast didn't say it was. Okay, let's have a look. So not far to go to get to Inverness. Shouldn't take too long. When we were high in the hills, it was even better, the scenery. It was really stunning. The reason the simulator is drawing this aircraft incorrectly, it should be a Spitfire, but it doesn't understand about operating the model correctly even, because I haven't got a Spitfire. Therefore it's substituting in a Mooney or something in its place. How are we doing? Looking okay actually. Is there a radio beacon we can tune into then? There is. Inverness has ILS. Oh, we could actually use it, couldn't we, for a bit of fun? It's only a 4-knot tailwind. So 109.20 is the VOR, but we can tune the ILS for 108.50. We might as well fly it in, hadn't we? 108.50. And this has come to life. It's saying 2. When you're tuned into an ILS station, the omni-bearing selector doesn't actually do anything anymore. But in an older one where you can still move it, it pays to actually match it to the runway direction, so you've got some reference. So the runway direction here is 52 degrees. So let me go and get rid of that browser, we don't need it now. I'm just going to stop ourselves slamming into the hillside. So let's go and put in 52 degrees on the omni-bearing selector, which gives us just some reference. So when we're looking at the compass, we know what direction the runway is. So we're obviously not in range of it yet, but we're getting close. So if we have a look on the map, if you've never seen ILS before, I'll explain what's going to happen. You will see 2 lines appear on the nav instrument here, telling us if we are above or below. If you imagine an invisible line through the sky down to the runway, the horizontal line will tell us if we are above or below that imaginary line, and a vertical line will tell us if we are to the left or the right of that imaginary line. So it should appear fairly soon. Just check we've got the frequency right. 108.50. 108.50. So let's start slowing down. We're still 10 miles out though, so a little way to go. We want to be about 2,000 feet typically at the start of the ILS. So I'm just zeroing out our approach, so vertical speed, trying to get it to 0 over here. So we'll come in from underneath the beam. Just to prove how this works, because you can still see we're nowhere near it yet, we're still approaching. Just to prove how this works, we will, for the purposes of the video, we will only see this for the next few minutes, and then we'll look up. Okay? So we know we have to go about 40 degrees, 50 degrees. Did I say it was 40 something degrees on the chart? It was 51 degrees magnetic for the ILS beam. So yeah, 51 is about right. I think it was 52 for the runway, wasn't it? So we can see the direction we need to go. We can see our vertical speed, we're still climbing. But that should mean we climb into the beam. Because generally, at the limit of the feathers, you want to be 2,500 feet above the runway apron, and that's about 8 miles out. So here we go. Look, here comes the horizontal position, the vertical beam. So we are off to the right of the runway center line, but we're getting closer to it. That's because we are flying at 50 degrees, and the runway was at 52. Remember, and the wind may be pushing us as well. So we carry on, we're just flying along fairly level, vertical speed's not going up or down. And when this gets to the middle, we start turning right to face the runway direction at 50, so we're at about 45 degrees at the moment. So we'll turn right slightly when that lines up. We're still climbing, so we should see the vertical, or so the horizontal line, which denotes our vertical position. So I'm just leveling us up on the vertical speed, or trying to. Let's just get that sorted. So if I turn right now and we go for say 55 degrees, that beam stops moving. We might need to go more. Let's go for 60 degrees, because remember there might be a crosswind, which is why you would have the METAR information ideally, so you don't have to guess this. So we've stopped that beam moving. So we are now flying towards the runway, but slightly off to the left of the center line. So you turn towards this line. Yeah? And we're still climbing. I'm hoping to see this line come down. We're still obviously some way out. So we've gone now back over the line. So we turn back left to 60 degrees maybe. Here it comes. So we are exactly in line with the runway, travelling towards the runway at about 60 degrees. And now we're coming up to this invisible line that will lead us down to the runway apron. But we are below it, but we're getting closer to it because we're flying slightly upwards into it. Going off to the right slightly as well, so I'm going to turn left. That's because the the wind had pushed the tail round basically. So I'm just gently turning left, and we're going to start chasing these lines basically. And then when we get down to a decision height of a couple of 100 feet, so we're going to watch the altimeter as well while we're doing this. So we've gone to 55 degrees, the line's in, we're now above the ILS beam, so I'm going to cut the engine back. So we're descending, and you can see we're coming back down towards the position we should be above the ground at this distance. But that gets lower obviously the closer we get, so you have to imagine a line all the way down to the runway from where we are, and we're slightly to the right of it and slightly above it at the moment. So we're just turning around to 55 and raising the nose gently, so we're pretty much on it vertically, and we're just coming back in horizontally. So we're back on the runway centre line, so we need to turn back to about 60 degrees. We've now fallen below it. So it is just a juggling act. You just methodically make a few degrees changes at a time and keep doing it. And when we get down to, we're coming down to 1200 feet, can actually see the ground over here, like, so we got some reference of how close we're getting. I'm not quite sure what the runway altitude is. When the ground looks, well, we can have a look now, it won't hurt. So let's just get this centered up first then, because this is purely a demonstration really. So I've just turned back past 60 degrees on the compass, so the line's coming back in, and turn right again. So if I was to look up, we're in a crosswind, there's the runway. Yeah, so the reason we were having to weave around a little bit, look, we're being pushed sideways by the wind. So the ILS was pretty much guiding us straight down to the apron of the runway. So if you can see it now, look. If I'm exactly in the right place in the sky for this point. I should be descending a bit harder, so we start descending harder and we can level it back up. And obviously with a visual approach you can ignore the ILS after a while, but if you had very low visibility, you just keep following the ILS all the way in, and you get to a decision height on the altimeter of a couple of 100 feet, and that's when you decide if you're going to make it or not. So I'm going to pretend to fill the plane with fuel while we're bouncing along the runway. Just leaned out the window with the petrol can. Okay, so next waypoint for us is a long way away. It's Wick, so we're going to the final airfield for today, because we're not going to go and do the Channel Islands, it's too far. Oh sorry, the Shetland Islands I should say. So we're going to circle John O'Groats and then land at Wick to prove that we went from one end to the other. NASCAR refueling. Oh, the sun's out. Just been hit by sunshine from somewhere. Where's the sun coming from? Just lit the cockpit up. She's being lit from behind, isn't she? Must be over there. There's a gap in the clouds somewhere. There it is. So what angle should we be travelling at? 30 degrees magnetic. Let's get a little marker on the compass for that. Of course we have this crosswind. Oh, there's no wind apparently at the moment. You can see Lee and Quiz and Visual Purple or Mark. Quiz is in the air with us as well. So to get up to Wick, which is up around the edge of this peninsula, I'm going to go and fly the peninsula edge rather than go across the ocean, to make it a bit more interesting. That's some scenery, isn't it? How on earth do you even think about rendering that? And to do it at 60 frames a second, it's just crazy. So Andy Clark is saying, fascinating, do you like the Bulldog? I fly the Arrow 3 but should try another. I've got the Arrow 3 as well, and I've just bought the Bulldog this morning. This is the first flight with it, so it's a bit of a baptism of fire. It's a typical trainer aircraft. Everything works, you know, it's got minimal gauges, but it does what it says on the tin, really. Yeah, it's great fun to fly. She's still not talking to me. Won't even look at me, look. Wouldn't it be funny if she did burst out with a song or something, or told a joke? So we're going to follow the coastline up to Wick rather than fly straight across the ocean. So what's this island called that we're... Oh, it's not an island, a spit of land. Let's go and zoom in on it. Balna Break, is that? I'm not sure how you pronounce the letter combinations. So there's some grass airfields we could do along the way. There's Fern, Dornoch. Is it Dornoch? Yeah, Dornoch. And then Wick. Okay, there's a couple of them. So if we're going to do Fern, I need to make the decision right now. So runway 04. Can we see it? Is that it there? No, it's there. Okay. Oh, that's the runway. Sorry, that's the old runway. It's this one. Nearly. 06 is much nicer. They need to cut the grass though. Okay, what was the next one? 06 isn't even on the map. That's good, isn't it? Door knock. Oh, I'm not going to bother with that one. I'm just going to fly along the coast now. Where did all the weather come from? We had a nice clear sky in the south of England. Many, many hours ago. So we're coming up for 4:30, so that's 8:30, 9:30, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 8 hours now. Oh my word. We did sit on the ground at Wickham for 10 minutes, I guess, while I went and made a coffee earlier. So we'll get to Wick and then I'm going to go and help make dinner. And then at 8 o'clock this evening, 1900 UTC, I'm hosting a group flight. So if you want to go fly online with people, if you've never done it before, if you've got Flight Simulator, go and have a look in the forum. All the instructions are in there, so I'll just pop it open while we're flying along. So virtual flight online, go and look in the forum and you will see there is an events page and you will see there is a flight. It's the pinned one at the top of the events discussion forum, and it gives you the route around Wales, the downloadable flight plans, the airfields we will be doing touch and goes at, and we'll stop halfway for a break, advice on which aeroplanes to choose, how to do voice communications. So we'll be using Discord. We have a Discord server specifically for virtual flight. Just make sure we're not going off course yet. And which server to use in the multiplayer in Microsoft Flight Simulator. It also shows you don't have to use transmitter, but it's actually quite useful. So if you are using Little Nav Map for your route finding, then transmitter is the program that lets you see the red aeroplanes on the map. Cheese grills in the Cessna behind you. There's quite a few aeroplanes behind me at the moment. I'm just trundling along at 100, 120 knots, so feel free to overtake me. We're going to Wick, but I'm going to go and circle John O'Groats first. So it's going to be at the end of this peninsula, isn't it? So we're just about to pass this settlement here. So let's have a look on the map, see what that's called. Embo Beach and Sands. So if you do launch Discord, I'll go and do it now. I'm not going to join into the voice chat though, because it's just too dangerous. You never know who's going to walk in on a live stream. And the group flight's different, and we don't allow streaming, or we don't like people to stream the group flight because of, you know, the problems you can get. So here we go. Virtual flight online on the servers, and if you go and look in events, you will see the events voice chat is where we will all congregate. If you look in events up here, you will see there's the same information pointing at the forum to go and get the information about it. So yeah, later on this evening, everybody will congregate in the events voice channel in Discord. The one thing you'll have to be aware of if you've not used, I'm just going to straighten the airplane up. The one thing you'll have to be aware of if you've not used Discord before is this has got a rule on the events channel to use push to talk. So in the settings of Discord, in voice and video, you have to configure push to talk and either use a key or a button on your joystick. So in order to talk, you have to hold the button down. The reason we did that is because some time ago we've had several people that when it was voice activated, somebody would walk into the room and have a private conversation with them, and everybody flying heard the conversation, which obviously wasn't appropriate. It has been unintentionally hilarious from time to time as well. We had a young American lad join the flight. He was probably only a young teenager, and he was very audibly eating and drinking and asking where the flight was repeatedly. I don't want to accuse him of having some disability, but it sounded remarkably like he might have done. And in the middle of glugging fizzy drink and eating crisps on the microphone, his mum walked in and asked him if he'd done his maths homework and had a go at him about it, which was unintentionally hilarious. But yeah, that's part of the reason we enforce push to talk now for the events. If you're just flying along with friends, we don't mind you going in using the Discord server and just jumping in the chat channel. That's absolutely fine. If you want to join up with other people talking about flight simulation, then that's why we've just started building out the forum. It's a bit more traditional. Discord can kind of do this same trick of discussions, but it's not as good at it as a proper forum. So you can see we've got the forums now, and there's all the, you know, the various subjects you might want in a forum. So general discussion, introductions to introduce yourself, aircraft in the simulator, scenery. I'll be writing up some notes about this aeroplane later this evening. Any scenery that you've seen that was good, add-ons, other flying groups. We recognise we're not the only game in town. There's lots of great ones out there. You know, the likes of all sorts, FedEx Virtual, you know, Fly UK, My Air Virtual. There's lots and lots of them. Massive simulations. Lots of podcasts we've listed, lots of content creators. But yeah, more than anything though, it's somewhere for people to go and actually find some community around flying. What is my speed? I'm doing about 130 knots by the look of it. Let's go and have a look. Yeah, 130. You can see it there on the needle. I'm gently climbing, so I need to get below this cloud base, otherwise I'm going to have trouble seeing anything in a moment. So let's go and pull the throttle back to 50% and let the nose fall. Actually, before we do, that's quite a cool cloud, isn't it? Should we fly through the gaps in the clouds? See if we can. Let's go full throttle, climb up into the cloud. Not sure we'll be able to get high enough quickly enough. I'm just wondering if we can get through some of these gaps. It might look quite cool going through them, or through this tunnel here, if it doesn't change shape before we get there. and then descend down into Wick. The other thing you can obviously download from Virtual Flight Online is the transmitter program. So when you're running transmitter, you can go and look on who is online, and it shows you everybody else that's running transmitter, shows you their call sign they've typed into the program, it gets their aircraft type from the simulator, and interestingly it gives you their last landing rate. So every time you touch down it records it, so you can see there's me on the list, landing rate of 121. So that was my 121 feet per minute on my last landing I did. There's a few notes there about it, but yeah. So you can zoom in on the map, you can zoom to people, so you can see there's Mark flying along the peninsula along with us. Yeah, we're on the edge of stalling here. I was trying to climb to get up here, and it's more difficult than it looked. So I'm just trying to edge some airspeed back into this. It's a shame. It would have been good to have climbed up through there, wouldn't it? It's probably 10,000 feet up there though. So yeah, the Virtual Flight Online flying events, it's usually every Sunday evening we all come together for a GA group flight. And anyone can join, any ability, really doesn't matter. You don't have to speak on the microphones, you can just, listen in if you want. There will be conversation between everybody that, that has their microphones set up. Then they'll just be talking about, the route and what they're flying and other stuff about aviation. We do ban subjects like, no politics, no religion, nothing like that, no sales, no marketing. It's just people having a relaxed flight on a Sunday evening. And we try and do it every week. So when you look in the flight plans in the forum, you will see all of the old flight plans we've done for the events over time. So you can go way, way back over the last year and a half, basically. And there's all sorts of trips all over the world. So you can see one there. There's a flight plan from in the Caribbean. Anyway, so Virtual Flight Online, I originally put it together purely so I had people to go flying with. So I invited a load of people and we put it on the Flight Sim forum calendar. Put each event on the calendar, and we have done ever since. And we regularly get 20, 30, 40 people. We never can predict quite how many people are going to turn up. Right, so where are we? We're about halfway. Okay, those clouds are impressive. There's the sun. Okay, let's go and descend back down through. Ah, there's the rest of them. You can see the nav lights. See if we can formate on this Cessna while we're flying along here. It's probably not a Cessna, but we'll see. Oh, it's going see-through. That's a shame. Come on, on his wing. Right, I'm turning for Wick. It's incredible scenery, isn't it? Doing nearly there. So that's going to be John O'Groats over there. So we're just going to circle the headland and then come in and land at Wick, and this flight is then done. I'm not going to Shetland. Not tonight. I need a break before I do the flight later on. I just realised I didn't eat any lunch. That's clever. I just thought, why am I feeling a bit shaky? Oh well, I'll have something to eat in a bit. Can help make dinner. Oh, it's the Cessna's turn to formate on me now. So who is that? Are they somebody using transmitter? No, they're not. So Saren's ahead of me. So the far end of the peninsula is John O'Groats. Which we're heading towards slowly. We can make this smaller. get rid of the toolbars and we can make the window smaller, which will help us. Switching them back on now. And the status bar, and now we should be able to make this really small. So we get to see little nav map and where we're going. So we're going to Wick, but we are going, or at least I am going to go and circle John O'Groats before I land at Wick. It's the ultimate destination of today's flight. So have a look at some of these villages. We're just passing over one now. So that is Invershaw. And Libster. We have another plane. I think that's possibly not somebody using a transmitter. So this is the far corner of the UK we are slowly approaching. So this spit of land we're just coming up to is Wick, and then the one beyond it is John O'Groats, which I'm going to go and circle. And then will have flown today from one end of the mainland all the way to the other. And I'm not doing it again. I've done it now. Job's done. So here comes Wick with cloud obscuring it. So we're going to descend. We are at 3,000 feet nearly, so it's not like we haven't got room to descend. Get beneath these clouds. Whoa, see that cloud kicked the plane sideways when we hit it? It was just the volume of water, I think. Okay. This cloud's arrived just in time, hasn't it? To obscure the destination. I have to go to treetop height to see anything. That was okay. So this is Wick we're just approaching. go and overfly Wick, carry on to circle the end of the headland, which is the end of the British mainland, and then come back into Wick to land. And then I'm going to go and have a well-earned beer and help cook dinner. Before the group flight later this evening. So the airfield is on the northern edge of Wick then, it's good to know. For some reason, Flight Simulator isn't always great at rendering mist. The frame rate suffers when it does so. Yeah, look, it's gone silky smooth now. As soon as we were out of the mist. Very odd. Okay, it says Wick Airport. It's got a tower, so we will use ATC when we come back. Just going to carry on up to John O'Groats, just to circle around the headland up here and then come back. And then we will have achieved the aim to fly from one end to the other of the British mainland. We've done it. And this little guy, the Bulldog. The clouds really are closing in, aren't they? You have to go quite low to get good visibility. Ooh, nearly there. Nearly done it. Should we play silly games with the water? Not get any closer. I don't want another crash to this top. Or another crash even, sorry, I should say. That's it, that's the final piece of land. Oh, it's paused. Great. There is nothing out here and the sim has paused. How typical is that? Let it get on with it. It will hopefully recover. Yeah, it did. And again, the weather changed when it regenerated. So that would have been changing away from Wick's METAR to Northern Scotland's METAR. And when it did it, it froze. There's something to do with either garbage collection or something like that. It gets in a right mess. Were those just very well spaced sheep in that field? Or were they bales? Probably bales, I imagine. Or sheep that don't talk to each other. There we go. John O'Groats. So according to the map, which part of it is actually John O'Groats then? Duncansby Head Lighthouse is on the end. Then there's John O'Groats, is this small settlement here then. There's no custom scenery up here, but I imagine somebody will have made custom scenery to get a nice lighthouse there and all the rest of it. It's pretty good though. So let's fly back down the coast to Wick and announce our landing intentions. So it really doesn't like mist, does it? It freezes the frame rate. It's something awful. Okay, ATC, nearest airport list, Wick, tune Wick Tower, request full stop.
Tower UAL 073 Golf Alpha X-Ray Echo Hotel 11 miles north, 800 feet to land.
Okay, so that's gone wrong. Altimeter 300. Which I've done. Acknowledge the pattern entry instructions. Wind 092 at 7, enter left base runway 13. So let's have a look at the map, see what that actually means. So they want us turning left onto runway 13. So we will come this side of the headland. So we'll turn now. And we'll double back and do like an S to come in. We'll fly up, turning left onto runway 13. Okay. Going to just hang out underneath the cloud base, hopefully. Otherwise it's going to be quite tricky. So let's have a look here. If we zoom in on this, we're going to come along here, turn in, and then back in. So yeah, you can see it there, which is quite good. Just zoom in for them, or zoom out for the moment. Oh dear, this has been a bit of a journey, hasn't it? So we took off at 8:30 this morning from Land's End in the British Aviation Bulldog. This is the black box simulations Bulldog in Microsoft Flight Simulator, and have some friends joining me for the last couple of hours. It's been good fun. There's 20 people watching us apparently, or 19 people watching us. So we better make this a good landing, I guess. Right. Can we zoom this in any further yet and still see ourselves? I'm sure we will soon. So just flying out for the edge of the peninsula, and then we'll double back to do the left circuit for runway 13. Oh, they've given us direct in. Cool. We don't have to circle round. Okay, let's keep an eye on the runway. Last few minutes of the flight, hurrah! How many hours is that now? 5:30, oh my word, so 9:30, 10:30, 11:30, 12:30, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 9 hours. Crikey. So here comes the runway. It's losing some speed. Because the sky crosswind, oh my word, there's some wind shear. That was crazy. Just as we got near to the ground. Let's go and park up.
AL073 Golf Alpha X-Ray Echo Hotel, cancel landing intention.
Guess we're supposed to park over here. Parking brake on. Mixture back. Magneto's off. Master battery off. Avionics off. Not doing this in order. There we go. Oh my word. Put the toy away. And we are down. And we can unlock the canopy this time and open it without it destroying the aeroplane. And see the other aeroplanes coming in. And that's obviously a model we don't have, that's probably a Spitfire. There we go, we made it in one piece. So he looks quite pleased with himself and she looks pretty fed up. Okay, there we go. John O'Groats to Land's End in the books. Oh dear, I'm not doing that again in a hurry. I think the major finding today was that little program that helps you use an autopilot on planes that don't have it. That was really useful. Anyway, I'm going to stop the stream there. So all I can say to everybody that watched is thank you very much. Please subscribe, like and all the rest of it. And go and visit Virtual Flight Online. Go and join the forum, sign up for the newsletter. And hopefully, if you can, come and join in on the group flight this evening. So the details are in the forum in the events. If you go and click on the top line in there, it's the tour around Wales. We will be coming together at Hawarden, Echo Golf November Romeo, at 8 o'clock British Summer Time, which is 1900 UTC. And yeah, so we'll all be collecting together at that airfield at 1900 UTC, and we will be in the voice chat. So if you have microphone, and certainly if you speak English, wander into Discord. If you just click on Discord, it gives you an invite straight in. And obviously it's asking me, can I run the app? Because I've got the app. So then I come into Discord and I can go straight into the Virtual Flight Online server, and we will all be sat in the events channel. Okay, so the events chat here is just for anybody that wants to write anything during an event. But otherwise, yeah, there you go. We'll be online later, flying an event. Come and join in. There'll be about 10 times more people, and it will be absolute chaos, but great fun. Okay, I'll see you all again soon.